FINAL FIGHT FINAL FIGHT
出たジャンピングハイドライバーからおっとバックドロップ
FINAL FIGHT スーパーファミコンで好評発売中 Capcom.
That's right, folks. It's time for more Final Fight. What's up, everybody? Happy Monday. Welcome, welcome. Tom McCronner, Jay, Running Wild, Itinerant Soldier, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, everybody else. We're gonna bust some heads. We're gonna drive some piles and fight some finals. I don't know. We're gonna punch dudes. We're gonna walk to the right continually. Occasionally walk up and down. And we're gonna punch dudes. And we're gonna pay taxes. Hey, what up, Sanuj? Welcome, welcome. Last stream was a bit of a doozy. I feel like I should be prepared for it at this point, but yeah, we didn't get close to do everything I'd set out to do or wanted to do in last stream. But that's, you know, last stream's loss is today's stream's gain, because it means I get to go in nice and fresh into Final Fight Tough. Ride some elevators, hopefully? Yes, one can hope. I really do not remember any of the stages, really, from this game. I have played it. I played through it multiple times, but I cannot remember the last time I played this. I know I've watched, like, Murphigator play this, like, once 5 years ago or something. But I feel like I remember, like, 2 to 3 things about the stages in Final Fight Tough, aka Final Fight 3. There's a part where there's like a bus stop, which I think leads to like a hidden alternate path. There's something with like a restaurant, which I guess is where you fight Callman, if I had to assume. There's a stage that's like a prison or something. There's like these cell doors in the background that I think you can destroy, and one of them may lead to a secret area or an alternate route. Well, I guess I also kind of maybe remember that there's a boss fight, possibly the final boss, where you punch the boss into like an electrical box or something, which I kind of remembered as maybe being in Final Fight 2, but it obviously was not, so it has to be in 3 then. If you like the game, it's worth doing 2 playthroughs, one with buzz route and one without. See, that brings up an excellent point, Macaw, which is that I know fuck all about this game, and I know this game, at the very least, has like alternate routes. I don't know if it's got like branching paths. I'm not sure if it's like the occasional hidden room. I really don't know what this system is like, beyond the fact that it exists in some capacity. I also know that the game has like Street Fighter motion special moves, and I just remember from playing it back in the day that I like, just from messing around, figured out that with Guy, when you had like a full super meter, you can do like 2 quarter circles and the attack button to do like a rapid fire punch from a grapple or whatever. But other than that, like, I'm sure there's a bunch of stuff that I don't know. So I think this game, more than any of the ones we've played so far, obviously the original arcade game, any game, like, I'm happy to receive advice on strategies and stuff. Like arcade Final Fight, there's a lot of knowledge you need in order to play the game well, but in terms of like pressing buttons and getting through from beginning to end, you can kind of go in blind and you'll still see the whole game, and in my case I would still get to show the whole game. But this game I think is a little different. So any strats or advice or secrets or tips or anything like that, I will gladly accept any of it. I didn't really the little time I had to prep for today's stream, I spent doing a little research on another game which we may play later today. Thinking / hoping that if there's anything really crucial about Final Fight Tough, chat would be able to pick up the slack and help me out. Backstep. Oh yeah, there's like crab walking, whatever, right? Main route stuff to see is destroy the bus stop or don't destroy it. So yeah, that's what I was thinking of. So I guess like if you just walk up there and do nothing, you take the bus. But if you destroy the sign before the bus shows up, you take a different route. That's how I interpret that. So that's like the most major divergence then, I take it. It's actually possible in one specific route to go backwards one stage, go to the longest route and see a lot of shit in one playthrough. That will only confuse you right now. Well, you're right about that, because I'm already kind of confused. Well, I guess my biggest concern is like missing out on something particularly cool or interesting, or something that would be like really worth watching, however you define that, I suppose. I would hope that the game is good and interesting enough to warrant, you know, well, to warrant playing multiple times, but what I meant to say was, hopefully I'm not reliant on secret information to have a good time. But that said, you know, as always, I'm always looking to entertain and to educate myself. So anything I can learn about these games and see new stuff I haven't seen before, but also wouldn't see if it weren't for people helping me out and letting me know, I'm all for that. What I should be focusing on is picking Hagar, comboing into his quarter circle move, then using supers every 2 seconds for max satisfaction. Do I know Hagar's super command? I know 0 super commands, except maybe Guy's, which I think I figured out back in the day, and I don't even know if that's accurate. So that's what I mean. I don't have a manual, I don't have a guide, I don't have anything. I'm going in fully blind, so we'll see. Now, based on like previous streams where we end up spending far longer than intended on each game, I'm a little wary of the idea of committing to like 2 playthroughs to see like all the routes and stuff. But I do have the American version and the Japanese version. I would default to playing the Japanese version, but it may be interesting to check out potential differences. I don't remember or know if the American version has like any major differences. Probably some enemy character designs changed, I don't know. If nothing else, I'm sure we'd see the English poorly translated intro or whatever. Grab with Hagar, then forward to down, then punch. Alright, cool. Yeah, I remember the down plus punch to turn him around, because I remember feeling when I first played this that Final Fight was finally catching up to Streets of Rage in letting you grab people from behind. But instead of doing a sick vault, you do this weird looking turn around, which I thought was nowhere near as cool. But hey, can't win them all. But we'll see, you know, as I said, you know, I kind of expect or want or have planned to move on to play multiple games. But depending on how long it takes to play through this, depending on how eager I am to play multiple characters, multiple versions, maybe we'll stick with this a little bit longer. I guess we'll see. But without further ado, why don't we hop on over here and set up the game. So pause these jams, and we'll start off with booting up the game here. I think the capture should be no. Oh yeah, right. It's set to, there we go. Set to capturing the Spectrum emulator after ZX Spectrum Mighty Final Fight. After the destruction of Mad Gear, Metro City went back to peace. I guess there was a power vacuum, and the latest terror to fill that power vacuum was the Skull Cross Gang. So Metro City's mayor once again has to strap on a suspender and follow his friend Guy, who's back from his training. Guy. How was your training, Guy? No, it was good. I learned a lot. Special Agent Lucia. Mayor, there's been an explosion, or whatever. He's like, Nani? You don't say. Turn down just a little bit. Let's go. Hold it right there, Mr. Mayor. I think I'll tag along. Who the fuck are you? Don't worry about that. We have common enemies. Like, well, I'll do as you want. I'm gonna tag along with Hagar here, and Yosh. Lucia. Alright, let's go. They're my enemies too. Count me in. And away we go. Well, I guess the intro's not over yet. Well, I guess it was. Pretty good intro. This is the main menu theme, huh? Yeah, I'm not exactly convinced by Hagar's midlife crisis fucking waist-length ponytail. I can walk backwards and forwards. There's running. There's friendly fire. This game's demo is just showing off everything, huh? There's a little bit of slowdown. Oh yeah, right. It's got the like energy palm thrust. Forgot about that. Quality demo. Profile of guy. So hobbies, training. This is like a quality font, like very nice anti-aliasing, but it's really fucking small and not that easy to read. But yeah, I wanted to address something real quick, which is the music in this game, which I think is kind of interesting. It is, I think overall, I mean, it goes without saying that it's a massive step up from Final Fight 2, which has like very bland music, which doesn't feel like actiony and cool or anything. I wouldn't necessarily say that the music in this game is very Final Fight-like, nor that it's like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like kind of an unusual soundtrack. I've been listening to it more over the past few days as I dug around. You may have noticed during the intro and whatnot, like the playlist for the stream. I dug up some of these other Final Fight soundtracks that I had on hand, including the soundtrack to this game. And I was just kind of remembered because I haven't played this game, but I would have had this soundtrack as part of my like music rotation or whatever. And the thing is, I remember from when I played this game back in the day. Now I never played it like on console. It didn't come out here, but I would have played it on emulator back in the late 90s. And I mainly remember like the one song, which is, I think it plays during that prison hallway sequence, but I'm sure it plays multiple times. I would expect there to not be like unique stage themes, but I don't know. Where there's like a melody that to me always sounds like a fucking modem dialing. I'm sure I will be pointing it out as we get to it. Like that one song just colored my impression as the soundtrack being terrible. I still think it's a kind of an awkward mixed bag to a degree. But it definitely has some bangers. And as a whole, the soundtrack is definitely, like, it's got a very peculiar identity to it, I think. Not that it all sounds the same, but I don't know. It's interesting. I'm sure I will have more thoughts on the music as we play through the game. I still think the instrumentation is a little bit whack, but I think that it's pretty much in line with your average Capcom Super Nintendo game. I think few of them sound great. Even the ones that have great music just don't kind of sound great. on account of, you know, limitations with ROM size for samples and all that. But yeah, I think, like, even before we start playing, I like this game better than 2 already, just because I feel like even though the plot to this game, like, oh, after we defeated the gang, there's a gang, let's go. Like, you know, it's flimsy, but just having it, like, more tied to Metro City makes it feel more, you know, faithful to the original game. It makes it feel more, I don't know, thematically consistent and everything. I always thought the globe-trotting adventure of Final Fight 2 to feel kind of out of place. What's up, Tino? Thank you for that friendly jaxophone. Welcome, welcome. And Ridrix Co., welcome to you as well. Never-ending gangs to fight. Yep. Final Fight never ends. Never ends. I guess Mike Hagar's got his work cut out for him as mayor and as hands-on street cleaner.
Well done.
Only here because Tino's got you locked up? Well, hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. Thanks for the follow. But yeah, like the intro, like it's interesting because on the one hand, if this had come out immediately, or like if Final Fight 2 didn't exist and this was the sequel to Final Fight, this intro, sure, it's fine, but like maybe it would have felt very derivative and just like repetitive, that it's like the same thing. But after Final Fight 2 having gone into a kind of a different direction without really justifying itself, like the globe-trotting adventure aspect and like Guy's fiance and family getting kidnapped and whatever, like, and especially the weird thing where like you travel fucking across the entire world only for the, you know, Rolento, whoever, like, tell you that, oh yeah, you shouldn't have bothered because they were being held in Japan in the first place. It all comes across as a little goofy, and it just kind of makes you miss the thematic kind of coherence and consistency of the original game. The kind of simplicity of the premise that just was delivered very straightforwardly. And this, to me, feels like kind of a return to form, or kind of realization that all that crap didn't like make the game any better. So coming from a game where, you know, it got a little goofy, this feels like a very comfy sort of homecoming, which is appropriate. Anyway, let's press start, which I guess my controls are not... Wait, hang on. Activate the window. Nope, okay. I always have to reset everything up for whatever reason. I guess, like... if you don't have, if you ever, like, unplug your controller, I guess, just gonna have to do this all over again. There we go. Oh yeah, this game has, like, AI co-op play, which is, like, a neat feature. Game level. Alright, I think we'll go normal. I have a feeling that this game is not going to be as easy as Final Fight 2. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but... attack, jump, extra joy, hold direction, hit config. Does anyone know what this setting does? It's not particularly self-explanatory. What's up, Tino? Pretty hyped to see this. Are you a big fan of this game, or are you just, like, curious to see it because you don't know anything about it? I guess I'm a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B personally. Game's rather easy. Well, we'll stick to normal. I would kind of hate to... I'd hate to game over and miss out on stuff and just like have to redo stuff. Although I am reminded to just like look up some cheats ahead of time just in case there's anything we'd want to do. Oh, I suppose I'm mistaken. I guess this game was actually released in PAL. I didn't think it was. Though I'm pretty sure it didn't come out in Scandinavia. I definitely never saw it, that's for sure. I never saw Final Fight 2 for that matter. I barely saw Final Fight 1. I describe it as a rush, not the most challenging. Mechanics really make it fun. Yeah, we'll see. Like, Final Fight 2 was not a challenge, and it became extremely dull. There's a debug menu cheat. Specifically, it says for the European version. I wonder if it's the same in other versions. I guess we could try. It says, at the Capcom logo, hold select. Oh, that's interesting. Well, I guess we don't need to bother with that, but if we game over or whatever, we can take a look at it later. There's a trick to despawn the level 5 boss. That's pretty cool, but we're not going to do that, obviously. We want to see the boss fights. Anyway, I just thought it would be good to check after missing out on the options menu in the first game, for example. It's good to know if there are any cheats or tricks that are going to be valuable. I don't doubt that the PAL version is very rare. The US and Japan versions are really rare too. I mean, it's a late game. The Japanese version came out in 95. Pretty late 95, I think. I forget. And the US version came out in 96. So did the PAL version, I suppose. But even the Japanese version has always been like expensive. I don't think it was printed in particularly big numbers, if I had to guess. Anyway, why don't we 1P play? Just a quick thing. Let me check. There we go. Had some additional cropping that we didn't need. Yeah, see, like this music, like there's a lot of music in this that's just like not great. Despite the ponytail and all that entails, I think we'll run Hagar. It's interesting. The last time I played this game, which was, I don't know, decades ago, I definitely would not have gravitated towards Hagar. Like, I think for sure, the Hagar types, the big, bulky wrestler dudes with the slowest movement, they're never my favorite in games like these. The arcade Final Fight is definitely an exception in that the mechanics are such that Hagar is really fun to use. I think it's I mean, I tend to use the expression Hagar type, or like the Hagar character. But the truth is, like, very few heavy dudes in games like these are anything like mechanically, they don't feel like Hagar to use. It's just like a shorthand. But in the time since, you know, I've come to really enjoy playing as Hagar in the first game. I like playing Cody as well. But Hagar, to me, is different from slow grapplers in most beat-em-ups. So I'm definitely... And I mean, in Final Fight 2, it's like you get Hagar, and then you get 2 guy characters. I guess Carlos is like a little bit like Cody, but not really. And the combo grabs are a bit whack in Final Fight 2. Either way, I'm not sure what to expect here, but I think we started Final Fight 2 with Maki, and I guess we'll start this one with Hagar, and then I'll definitely want to check out all the characters. Multi-frame anger expression. Yeah, okay, so this is what I thought. I figured this was it's the stage 1 theme, but it's also used in the title screen for whatever reason. Whoa, what the, okay. Accidental quarter circle moves. Oh, interesting. So this is like the butt splash from Mighty Final Fight. There's running in this game. It's got a lariat. And the spinning lariat, of course, which looks kind of weird in this one. No body press, it's like a gorilla press instead. Looks pretty impressive, but it's about like 10% as satisfying as the arcade suplex combo. Alright, you're gonna combo into that. It's pretty good though. I like the design of these, like, generic punks way better than in Final Fight 2. The game's, starting off strong. Alright, we can do this, which I'm not sure what exactly the benefit is. Space your jabs a little better, I suppose. Ah, I didn't get to use my super. Alright, so, try to, like, give me heads up if something is coming up. Oh, here we go. It's fucking modem song. Right here. And here's the prison doors that I remembered. Right, okay. That's how far I played. Jokes aside, I have beaten this game. It's just... So can you, like, break the stuff more here? I want to say you can. Oh, yeah, break the little panel there. Yeah, this is the part that sounds like fucking modem. I just wanted to grab him and do my super, but whatever. So if there's like alternate routes or tricks or something, like try to call it out ahead of time because of like Twitch delay and I need to see it first and whatnot. No, I'm... God damn it, I'm just trying to do the super. That was not his super. Oh, that was his back. Okay, yeah. Back grab. Alright, that still works the same as Final Fight 1. I think I got destroyed here. I wasn't paying attention to my life bar at all. Yeah, the spinning pile driver is still, in my opinion, kind of lame compared to the original arcade Final Fight pile driver. Yeah, I can kind of see... I understand that it's probably meant to sound more like a West Side, like, hip-hop beat more than a modem. But it's kind of like in the middle at best. So the suplex that is in the game feels good, but you can't really use it the way you can in the original, which is unfortunate. A modem is a piece of equipment that you would use to connect your computer to the internet 25 years ago. And it sounded exactly like this. When your modem used your phone line, dial, to establish the internet connection, I guess is how that worked. You do it like a... Oh, that's pretty cool. It's got a fucking Izuna drop. Dave. Alright. Budget Eddie E here. Dude, I absolutely cannot get the super move to come out. What is this, something Final Fight 2 boss? Everyone's stomping us. Dave is like, I don't know, I mean... It's funny, because like Eddie E... Weird spelling and all, like it's just, it became iconic because of the association in the game, right? But when you have this like, this knockoff version, it's just called Dave. I don't know, it feels a bit ghetto, doesn't it? Okay. Well, I guess you can run in this game. I should probably do that more. The slow-mo knockout. Oh, there's stage 1 in the bag. Yeah, forward to down. I tried it like 8 times and I couldn't get it to work. Alright. Game clear. Skull Cross is... behind this, Dean began to slowly say something. でも少しはな、ファイターだ。だが俺を仲間に入れようとした奴ら。So, or something. I don't know. He used to be a fighter with some degree of renown. Skullcross gang threatened the life of his family. So I beg you, let me fight with you till the end. Alright, okay, sure. You can tag along in the cutscenes, I don't mind. I like that this, like, we'll get the little... see, I was talking about that in the second game, right? Like, it's so weird in a game that it's all about the journey of walking left to right. Where you... I mean, not to say that you can't have your characters travel off-screen in between stages, but it feels weird when you, like... Even in beat-em-ups that's set in, like, a city, it can be a little funny when, in the cutscene, the characters travel to a location, and it's like, alright, this is where we need to go. Let's make sure we travel 3 to 6 city blocks away from there, so we can walk the last bit and punch dudes to get there. And I think that gets, like, exacerbated by a factor of 100 when they have to, like, get on international flights. Like, yeah, let's just catch this flight to London so we can walk, you know, through a couple of blocks so that we can then fly to Italy and do the same thing there. It becomes a little weird. So, in contrast to that, it's really nice to see this when, you know, you see a little interstitial dialogue scene, and then when the game continues... just seeing the fence and the police car, like, it immediately connects it to the stage we were just in. I like that touch for sure. Okay, that hit a little weird, but... yeah, the music, quite peculiar, but not bad. Satisfying. Lariat. Alright, let's see if we can... Everyone's, like, out-walking me. I just want to grab someone so I can try the fucking super move. Well, of course I lose the meter. That's fine. Yeah, the background art's definitely better than the second game. Like, I think that the background art itself was fine. Like, the pixel art was not bad by any stretch in the second game. But, like, the locations themselves weren't that interesting, and many of them had kind of a bland color scheme. And despite the like, global, you know, setting, it still felt weirdly... like there was, like, a lack of variety somehow. There we go. Oh, that's pretty sick. Like, it seems to have a big hit radius. Little vertical walk here. So I will say, I think the claw dudes, they're kind of Final Fight 2 tier in terms of enemy design. But these guys, I like the way they look for sure. They're like good beat 'em up grunts. Fat Jack. All right, we got our Bilbols. Like a mix between Bilbo and fucking Mondu. Key of the Fight Palace. Got stuck in that move. RB. Alright. Not sure why I had so much trouble with it before, but it worked out. Yeah, okay, you can suplex dudes into dudes, but its hitbox is a lot less generous than in the first game. Yeah, there's a lot of details and stuff here. There's not a lot of, like, repetition in the background toss, which is a nice touch. I'm gonna assume that I can... iframes? Oh yeah, I can go inside here, can I? I think I just... oh, there we go. Yeah, like, what are the instruments in? Yeah, this is a really nice atmosphere. Like, I feel like I didn't really get anything like this in the second game. Very well-timed barbecue there. I would assume that I'm not far off from Extend. There we go. Good hitbox in that. This secret changes background for the boss fight. Cool. Let's keep an eye out for that then. Oh! There he is, the iconic Final Fight character. And that's the debut of May. She looks cool. I like her design. Always have. Oh shit, I should have saved him. I guess the Gorilla Press Slam is like a good throw because it's got like 50 iframes. Yeah, this dude's not on Sodom's level, that's for sure. His dashes are highly avoidable. I was hoping that would build a super, but so I guess if you don't go inside here, you still fight this boss, but on the street. Good KO animation. Pretty short stage, but that's not a bad thing at all. On street, no barbecue. Cool. Bus is coming up. So, do I want to destroy the sign or not? Because I'm thinking, if we're doing this twice, maybe it's easier, don't destroy it. Okay, yeah, because I'm thinking, stay low. Okay, I was going to say, it seems easy to destroy it by mistake compared to, you know, leaving it by mistake. Oh, I do like this song. Or there's like one part in the song that I really like. This part. I didn't mean to do that, actually, but it worked out. I would say trying to, like, piece together a comparison between this and Final Fight 2. A big thing we kind of talked about when playing through 2 was that, like, the game clearly is, like, kind of bland, and it has that, like, straight-to-video generic quality to it. But compared to many, like, console beat-em-ups in particular, it does get a lot of things right. So, it's not immediately super obvious what the game gets wrong. I think there are things to point at. It looks a lot like the first boss in Punisher. Really awesome art, though. There are things you can look at and say, you know, it's like it's bland. Whatever. The enemy design is a bit boring. A lot of the stages are a bit monochromatic and not super exciting to look at, even though they're competently drawn. I think for sure the whole thematic inconsistency with the world of travel is not a part I like much. I think a huge part of it is that the enemy design is not good. Because in Final Fight 2, most enemy types, I like the what are these? Elias, I think it was called, right? The dude with the telescope, like, stick. And the Eliza and Mary, the female enemies. Like, those are the two enemy types that have, like, a distinct behavior and pattern to how they move and how they fight. In the original Final Fight, all enemies are, like, quite distinct. And that's a really important part of making each encounter and each enemy wave not just like memorable, it doesn't all blend together, but in the moment, you as a player have to like make strategic decisions. Alright, Andre's chest bumps a lot faster in this game. He was like super slow in 2. Like, part of what makes the strategy of Final Fight fun is that you can identify, and like enemies have these distinct and learnable behaviors that you have to adapt to. And when you get different combinations of enemies, you have to like, you know, prioritize enemies in different orders and all that kind of stuff. Ooh, hot dog, thank you very much. And I think it's pretty, like, it's a pretty recurring thing in, like, bad beat-em-ups that you just fight the same type of enemy over and over, either literally or, like, you might as well. Because they all, like, feel the same. And you don't have to think about what you're doing. Like, you don't have to take what they're trying to do into account when you are deciding what you're gonna do, basically. You can just kind of walk in and mash buttons and approach everything the same. And I think that's a very good way to make your beat 'em up like instantly boring. It's not on his axis, I guess. And of course, Final Fight, the arcade game, is super hectic because there's just like so many enemies and so much shit constantly going on. And none of the console versions, except I guess the GBA version, capture that. But at least with the different enemy types, you still have to like consider them when you fight, which goes a long way to making the combat itself engaging. But in Final Fight 2, like that's barely a factor. So it's just really, like, you just play on autopilot and you don't care. The other thing is, when, oh shit, fucked it up. The amount of enemies, like, I think an important part is, like, creating memorable, distinct encounters is being able to combine enemies in different ways, because, of course, all of these things about your strategic decision-making and everything, like, that gets dialed up to 11 when you have a wider range of not just individual enemies, but a wider range of possible combinations of enemies that you know, each of them has to be approached in a different way. It's a nice lighting effect on the roof of the bus. And I think this game, sure, like, compared to the arcade game, for sure, like, it suffers a little bit, you know, from having less, you know, fewer enemies, so there's less room for encounters that just, like, feel different on account of the type of encounter being all that different. But I would say, because the enemies themselves they're a lot more active. You know, in the first, in Final Fight 2, like, I didn't get touched in like a stage and a half because the enemies just like were standing around. They're just like not doing anything. And that's definitely not a thing here. They're a lot more aggressive. Alright, watch this wake up move. Oop. Okay, I could not. Ah, shit. Shouldn't. That's what I was trying to do. Man, always the worst feeling, dying and then immediately killing them, but oh well. I like this game brings back like the unique death animations for the bosses, like the first game. Yeah, like more enemies on screen definitely. I mean, I mentioned it in the Mega CD version of 1 in Final Fight CD. Yeah, this game also just like has like 2 or 3 songs that just repeat, just a bit shit. Going from 3 on-screen enemies to 4, like, it's still a far cry from the arcade, but it's a massive improvement to the types of situation it can create. I still think this game makes, like, a valiant effort of, creating, like, good encounters with fewer enemies. Like, almost never do you have, like, just 3 of the same. I would still expect this game to pull that trick eventually, because I think as long as you don't spend most of the game finding an endless stream of the same enemy, well, there we go. Occasionally having, like, 3 of the same actually becomes an interesting change of pace. But it depends which type of enemy we're talking to, because, you know, three fat jacks is going to be kind of interesting. 3, whatever they're called, you know, Breads and Dougs, not so much. I mean, it's the same thing in the arcade, right? When you're in the bathroom in the Bay Area and there's like 6 axles of slashes, that just has like its own feel to it. Versus when you're fighting, you know, 4 Breads, a Poison, and a Andre. But this game seems to take great care in doing 2 things which I think are smart. One is that groups of enemies are almost always at least 2 different enemy types. But commonly, you're fighting 3 different enemies at once. The other thing is that you very rarely fight more than like 2 waves of enemies before the screen scrolls. That's a big beat-em-up crime when you're staying on the same screen without advancing forward for too long. Like there, we scrolled a little bit, we took out one guy. Like, obviously, they're not like fully in waves. As soon as I kill one dude, another one spawns. But okay, so we got the screen lock here. There's 3 different enemy types. Okay, we killed the claw guy, so another May came in. So we killed May, and no more enemies are spawning. We're still here on the same wave of enemies. Now we're taking them out. We're already scrolling. We're not going to stick around on the same screen lock for like multiple waves of enemies. You know, it scrolled about 75 centimeter to fight those 3 guys, but we took care of them, and now we're moving forward. Like, that's such an important thing that so many games, like, fuck up. Or you're just, like, stuck. You know, you're just waiting for 12 of the same enemies to come at you 2 at a time for, like, 25 minutes before you're allowed to move on. Like, it's shocking how many games do that. And it's, like, never not terrible. I think having that constant forward momentum does a decent amount in hiding the inherent shortcomings of the fewer enemies on screen and whatnot. Like, it's because the real limitation of that, I mean, aside from the fact, you know, obvious fact that you can't have like 8 dudes just piling on top of you at once. I mean, it's not like you want that constantly in any game, right? It happens in the arcade game, but not constantly. At least not if you're doing okay. But often, like, you see in kind of either ports or just kind of adaptations of games, where you're like, I mean, it's especially egregious in like Commodore 64 beat-em-ups and stuff, where it's usually like 1 enemy. You know, maybe they're porting Double Dragon or something, and in this room there's supposed to be 6 enemies, but the game can't handle 6 enemies at once, or even 3 at once, so we just do them 1 at a time. But they still put 6 enemies on that screen, so before the screen starts scrolling, you're fighting, you know, after the 4th dude, you're already so bored, you're just like, please, can we move on? And instead of a ghost sign, there's like a 5th enemy coming in. And, you know, they might even be like literally the exact same enemy type over and over and over. And even if they're like visually different, they might not even fight any differently. You might not have to adjust your strategy. And like, that's a recipe for just instant autopilot losing interest. And I think this game wisely does what it can. So like here, we're on the same screen, more enemies are coming in, but like every new enemy that's coming in is a different enemy type. So you don't get that utter sense of repetition of just doing the same thing over and over and over. We're fighting Andres. It's the first time we're doing 2 at once, and the game wisely refrains from spawning a 3rd enemy, so we can kind of get that flavor. Like, the concept of fighting multiple Andres at once is not diluted by other enemies coming in until we defeat one of them, and then the other waves, like the other enemies, start coming in. Like, I think it shows that they put a lot of care into that kind of thing in this game, which is something they didn't do to the same degree in Final Fight 2, even though I still think Final Fight 2 does it a lot less poorly than many other games. This game does take place in Metro City. Yes, we even saw the map in the intro that looked pretty much the same as in the first game, just a nice touch. We're fighting the Skull Cross gang, which have swooped in to take Mad Gear's place. Well, I'm not necessarily, Sinuj, talking about any specific Commodore 64 Double Dragon port, but I think it's true for, I mean, most... I mean, that was kind of why the Amiga ports of Double Dragon and Final Fight are so impressive, because they aren't like that at all. But most kind of beat-em-ups on, whether it's C64 or, you know, the Atari 2600 version of Double Dragon, that kind of thing. And frankly, even Super Nintendo beat-em-ups. Like, Power Rangers or yeah, it's like it's the Mega Drive version, right, of the Power Rangers beat 'em up that has like you fight the same putty over and over and over. And that was one of the things that I didn't like so much about the what was it called? The comic book Streets of Rage 4 looking game. It's good, Sucker Punch. Yeah, compared to the big Chinese chef boss in Final Fight 2. I like the design of this guy a lot more. Missed time my iframes there. Like that, whatever it's called, Brawler, whatever. That game had like this comic book theme where you're fighting like vampires and werewolves and whatever. So each stage was like themed after one thing, which is kind of cool, but it kind of sucks that you got like the, you know, you fight the vampire enemies on the vampire stage and the werewolf enemies on the werewolf stage. You lose out a little bit on the palette that you could work with otherwise of combining enemies in different ways, in my opinion. And yeah, for sure, Macaw, you're not wrong that the combat itself in this game, this has like the largest moveset out of any of the Final Fight games, which is cool for sure. But I mean, it would still, like, having a lot of moves, for example, or having a super meter, like that in itself isn't, like, that's not a fix for the issues I mentioned. But, you know, in a sense, it can be a little bit of a band-aid. Like, it can, arguably, it can compensate a little bit for, you know, enemy waves can be Maybe you could look at something like Streets of Fury EX as an example of a game where the enemy waves aren't maybe as interestingly designed. The enemies themselves are maybe not as varied or complex, but the combo system is like super deep and insane. So most of the time you spend with that game, you're not too worried about what the enemies are doing. Like, it's more about how much fun you can have with all the crazy shit you can do. And I mean, that carries over a little bit into Streets of Rage 4. Not completely, and obviously I think the enemy and wave design in that game is excellent. They're not, you know, the opposite of, like, boring enemy waves isn't a complex moveset, but having more variety in what you can do can certainly help as a player. Like, you can just yourself alleviate the potential repetitiveness of the game by just choosing to approach enemies differently. Man, Hager's punch has, like, incredible range. I like the baseball dudes, by the way. I mean, they're not, like, the most original, but they look cool. Like, even just their posture has, like, some personality to it. I feel like they wouldn't be too out of place in the original Final Fight. And I think that's, like, I guess the metric I'm using to kind of... Oh, I lost the meter. Gauge, like, whether I like the character designs. I mean, it's not maybe the gauge I would use, or the metric I would use for anything. But for a Final Fight sequel, I think it's important. And it's the same thing with Streets of Rage 4. I like Dylan, the guy with the hand in his pocket, because I feel like he would fit in the old games. I like Goro, the karate guy. I don't like Diva. For whatever, you know, whatever reason it might be. Like, if they don't feel like they would have fit in the original, then it's like, lack of music. Yeah, we're listening to the stage 1 theme, the modem theme, and that third theme, like, over and over. I still am liking the music in this better than the first game. Pay attention to doors coming up in the next room. Let's see. Wow, active frames on that. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I love the soundtrack of the arcade game, but it really annoys me that it repeats tracks. Well, speaking of which, I guess we get a new track here. Or at least one we haven't heard in a while. So I guess we're going in. We're gonna come back. Okay, yeah, this is a little bit like Bare Knuckle 3 Stage 6. Alright, we got a Terminator arm there, that's pretty good. This is like Batman Returns, so I'm just trying to, like... Oh, well, okay, he helped me out there. See, there's like an item here. Yep, 1-up. Thank you very much for that. Max Machine. Yeah, I like this song. This is like the best song in the soundtrack. Alright, we just close the door behind us. Alright, let's just see what's in here. Behind door number 2. And yeah, doing the X handle slam is definitely satisfying. Comboing into it. I cannot deny that. Like, overall, like, the game just has a satisfying feel to it. And I actually do think even just the addition of that one move does do more than you would think. Should save that, I guess, but whatever. to kind of give some variety. You destroy all the computers. Okay, well, let's not do that then. Unless it's like super cool. I feel like I would rather see the boss. Let's not do that. Yeah, you want the boss. Figures. Like, having the little quarter circle move gives, like... It's not, like, particularly difficult to pull off or anything. But it's harder than just mindlessly pressing the button over and over. So it gives you, like, on every single enemy encounter, gives you room for a little micro challenge of, like, trying to do the move. And getting the reward of, like, good horizontal travel, extra damage, like, satisfying chunky hits. This looks breakable. Come over here. Oh, maybe not. A very muted pile driver sound effect there, but I think the standard hit sounds at least aren't bad. There's some sound effects that are definitely less chunky than one might like, but overall, I think it's like, would the game be more satisfying with better hit sounds? Sure. But it's not like egregiously. Okay, so there, that little, that's kind of bad. But outside of scenarios like that, where it's like nothing else is going on, the sound effects that aren't good, at least don't draw attention to themselves. So as far as the enemy designs go, I think Joe, the little tiny dudes with the big hair, they're definitely my least favorite design. I think they're a little outlandish. They don't really fit into the street punk, you know, theme. But at least they are aesthetically and mechanically distinct. So they kind of justify their existence that way, but I don't like the way they look. Oh, there's a dodge, right? Okay. I remember people saying that. That's good to know. I guess you can't really do it in neutral because you just, yeah, you just run. Alright, yeah, it's like getting pretty intense. Although I guess we are like pretty late in the game, so. Well, I don't know how many stages this game has, but this is stage 5, right? I don't need the super now, anyway. Just trying to go for it there would have been a risk. This looks awesome. When you talk about the computers, like, skipping the boss, it gave me the impression that the boss would have come up in that sequence. But I take it that breaking the computers just puts you on a different path that doesn't have a boss at the end of it. Feels like that would make more sense than the boss just not being there. Well, I guess I don't know what the boss is. Maybe the boss is a robot or something, and if we got there, it would just be non-functional. Shortcut. Okay. I guess you just like skip the entire second 70% of the stage. I guess I kind of do want to do a second playthrough to find out. I feel like, I mean, if we're already on stage 5, even if the game does have more than 6 stages, like, it moves at a pretty damn good clip. I forget. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess I wouldn't. It doesn't seem unreasonable. Just I guess it's if it was an arcade game, you would never expect it to do that. Alright, we got another extend. Oh, okay. I thought that we were done because it seemed like the game didn't take more inputs. Yeah, this game is pretty stingy with healing items, actually, but I think it's pretty well balanced. I mean, I haven't... you're not gonna, like, on your first time through, really have a good sense of where food items are placed relative to you know, the more difficult enemy waves and stuff like that. Like, that's just something you learn as you play a game more, right? Okay, not a robot. Well, I guess I don't know that, but not what I pictured. Wow, okay. Definitely weird. Right, no iframes on that, though. It's definitely weird to have the same music, like especially when the game has so few songs. Not have... like, there's no boss theme, but also, not only do you have the regular stage theme itself is, like, just something you kept hearing over and over. Wow, okay, he's pretty tricky to deal with here, I feel like. Oh, he's blocking, too? Fuck. Guess I can jump kick him on his wake up. Okay, hit someone. Let's do this. He's still on solid white, and I'm definitely on my... about to die here. Man, I thought I could hit him out of that before, but... What? I guess you run or backstep or do something else like that to get out of him. Yeah. Because I'm feeling like 5-hit suplex, or lariat rather. So satisfying. Another quality continue screen. I like it. Well, I do want to try the other characters, so let's try Lucia, one of the newcomers. Where do we start? Do we start with the boss? Okay, well, the same area at least. Alright, just got the Shoryuken, I see. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay. Trying to, like, mash different joystick directions to figure out her super. I'm assuming you do it from grab, because I know that's... you do Guy's super from the grab, at least. And obviously Hagar's, so I'm assuming that's true for everyone. Oh yeah, just her, like, running attack is like a combo, isn't it? Yeah, I guess we... if we were gonna do the boss fight, I guess we should ideally have not gone into that room. So we got to see the other part of that section. Or maybe into the third door or something. But whatever. Yeah, I think Lucia's just a cool design. Got like a cool fighting style, cool moves. Yeah, I figured that move would be a little bit of a liability. If anyone has, like, any resources or ability to look up special moves, maybe there's a scan on the manual that details it. I'd be curious to know what her super is. Oh yeah, she's got a pretty decent combo throw. It's like she doesn't have the guy length, like super long combo. Down twice and then forward, I guess. Is that what that's trying to say? Hang on. Down X2 plus left or right plus Y. I guess there's supposed to be some row breaks there. Oh, we lost the meter. Okay, well, thank you for looking that up. I'll see if I can figure that out. Yeah, this is definitely a pricey game. It's a good one, though. I'm definitely liking it quite a bit. I think for sure, like, it is... you know, at the end of the day, it's still a Super Famicom beat-em-up with all that entails, but... it really does a lot with what it's got to work with. Yeah, I mean, even the Japanese version is oh, well, the Japanese version is expensive. I guess I don't even really keep track of anything other than that, but... yeah, of course, I lose the meter as well. Just got an air special. Alright. Wow. Okay, how many wireframes did he have there? I only hit him like landing. It's very satisfying to be able to cancel into those moves. Because you definitely can't cancel into, like, the Super Joy. Like, it's got crazy range on that move. It's so fast. But I mean, hey, he feels like a boss, unlike most of the bosses in Final Fight 2. Keep knocking him down. Like, I'm losing lives very rapidly here. He jumps over the dudes I'm throwing. Her dashing attack is shit range, too. Dude, I'm like... oh, I didn't mean to jump. Like, I'm trying to lane shift, but he fucking kills me literally in 2 hits. He does one attack and then the dash punch. Yeah, I'm about to game over again. Can see shit. Lucky there. He still hasn't started taking visible damage. Starts blocking. Yep, there we go. Game over. Jesus Christ. Alright, let's try Guy. Destroy him easily. Well, I didn't the first time. I also couldn't figure out... there we go. How to do Lucia's special. Yeah, I mean, I would hope that I will do better this time. I just mean that I don't think it'll be easy. Yeah, it's on the Wii. Like, unfortunately, the PAL Wii U, I don't think I would want to get it because it's like... The Wii U Virtual Console is weird. They have like some weird 50, 60 hertz thing, as I recall. A lot of enemies would like grab you and hit stuff that you can't. Super Joyano. Like, on the Wii Virtual Console, I think they just straight up used to have, like, you just get the PAL versions in 50 hertz, just as they were. And I think on the Wii U, what they do is, a lot of the games are US versions. But they like double frames, so like, they do some weird shit, or I guess they wouldn't for US versions, but it's like a PAL version. Yeah, it's some fucked up thing where it like repeats every 5th frame or some weird shit like that, or some resolution stuff. I just remember hearing that it's like not great. But also, I mean, I wouldn't bother putting money into, like, Wii U online stuff at this stage. I mean, for games not available elsewhere, maybe. But for a Super Nintendo game, not really. That move at least has range. That might be useful. Dude, like, the fact that he just jumps right through that is so fucked. That's your saving grace in Final Fight 2 with all the jumping bosses. You can just toss an enemy into the air, and the boss will likely jump into them. Oh, I had the super. I always like that animation. Yeah, I still hit the boss there, I think. Guy's movement speed and jab range definitely makes this a lot easier than with Lucia. Well, easy, but I'm doing better already, I feel like. I was on beige health when I'm at 3 lives. Didn't have room to move out of the way. Oh. I guess the knockdown hit didn't connect. Nope. There we go. Finally. The game felt very quick and breezy until we got here. White paper emulation we can emulate for free. Well, I mean, I think not necessarily, for me at least, the equation is maybe not that simple. Oh yeah, okay, I guess this is a bonus stage. It's obvious enough, I suppose, but I wasn't paying attention. Dude, I was pressing right. Alright, Z-axis. Do your thing. Well, that went not so great, but... kind of funny. It's a little bit similar to the Mighty Final Fight bonus stage, actually. But, yeah, pretty questionable. Alright, we made it to a building in the middle of the city in our pursuit of Skullcross Gang. This is the final fight, I guess. We're entering the Skullcross headquarters. Yeah, I really like the progression of stages. Like, you would think that compared to Final Fight 2, like, it's all just in the city, that you would have, like, less variety. But it really doesn't feel that way at all. What's up, Malone? Like, the overall pacing and flow of the stages is so much better in this game. The other bonus stage, destroy the bus sign, best bonus stage, and funniest shit. Alright, so there's like an actual bonus stage? Or do you just mean in terms of thing you get to do if you do that? I mean, I'm inclined to want to check that out regardless. I didn't quite need to do that. Stage 6, I guess. The hitbox on the E-Blast is a bit funny. So you definitely can miss stuff that's like too close. Oh yeah, this is the other thing I just remembered. Like, Final Fight 2, you spend like half of the game fighting dudes like outside the screen border. Doesn't happen as much in this game, thankfully. Oh yeah, I remember he has a unique jump kick animation for a running jump. That's cool. Not enough health to do a super droid there. I like that when you do his super, which I for some reason can't pull off now. Final hit will also hit other enemies. But yeah. Secret room in the background coming up. Thank you very much. Turn to the super. I wasn't fast enough. Damn it. Andor just entertaining himself over there. Oh boy. I should just not. Okay. Note to self: don't just end every combo with this special guy. I'm assuming in the next scene I'll want to break something in the background. See if anything jumps out. Well, there's the power loader. No one to throw into that, I guess. How about this door? Ah, oh, good old modem tune. Heard you in a while. That's the one-up icon. Okay, cool. Come on, I just want to break these computer panels. Except I don't get to. So another thing, I'm just reminded now, seeing these dudes drop from the ceiling. One of the things that I complain about in Final Fight 2, which frankly I don't think this game does that different or much better, is how there's like no variety. Oh yeah, there's like the pulse. I remember this. Pulse rifle and the flamethrower. A little bit oversized here, but there's like no variety to how enemies appear in Final Fight 2. They're always just like walking in from left to right. There's no enemies that are like dropping from the sky. There are no, I mean, there's no like enemy types in the original Final Fight who would typically spawn in some different way. But you have certain encounters in certain situations that are designed a little differently, where, you know, either a Doug or a Brad is just like sitting on a chair, or this looks breakable. So let's see if we can No, I don't want to. Shit. Oh, you can break that at least. That works for me. Alright. Peace out, ladies. Like, it feels conspicuous, kind of, in that, you know, it's all, like, none of these issues exist in a vacuum, right? It's the combination of all these things together where you have, like, the repetitive waves and the lack of, you know... Okay, let me try to get that barbecue before it's too late. I pressed the Super Joy button, but it didn't take. Alright, so this is, like, a net loss so far, but I'm assuming once I get out, I don't have to fight the chicks again, at least. I didn't realize I was grabbing him. Oh! I was just trying to position myself, but I didn't mean to do the fireball. Yeah, I might not have had... I thought I would have enough health to do a Super Joy, but it's a little bit different, I guess, how much it takes off. Fix the glass. I can unfix that. What I'm saying about the enemy spawns isn't that, like, oh, they need to have more enemies spawn by falling in from the ceiling. That's, like, one thing you can do. You can have enemies jump in from the foreground. You can have enemies, you know, climb out of holes in the floor. Or whatever it is, right? Or just stand there. You scroll the screen forward, and the enemy's there. You know, doing their own thing. You know, I guess Denjin Makai is like the masterpiece of that, right? There's like a bunch of goofy, weird shit where you like come across enemy doing other shit or whatever. Like, I know that's a thing somewhere in that game at least. But stuff like that adds a lot of flavor. But the other thing is, like, I think it's more related to the lack of interesting enemy behaviors in that game. Because there's like no enemies in that game, almost, that have abilities, attacks for enemies. I like the song too, by the way. Holy shit. Maybe because we got these half-size enemies, we can afford 4 of them. But, I mean, that certainly makes this a unique encounter. I like it. Bit of flickering, but no real slowdown. Like, in Final Fight 2, every enemy, almost, except Elias, have, like, the same walk speed. And they just, like, slide around, minding their own business. Which makes it so that when you're coming across new enemies, like, it always feels the same. Every single wave in the entire game just feels the same. But in this game, you have the Joes who are kind of moving around quicker. You have these guys, Fat Jack, who will almost always do the tackle as they're coming in. And just like those tiny little things. Even the fact that Jack will, or Joe will hop and skip and jump around, like the movement is not identical between each enemy types. Like, all these things add up, I think, and make it feel... Again, even though the enemies largely spawn by walking in through the edge of the screen, it doesn't have the same bland, repetitive feeling to it as it did in Part 2, in my opinion. Yeah, we'll get the hot jams for about 15 seconds. Can I wall jump? Probably, good question. There's like almost never an opportunity to do it. Yeah, because you can't just do it on the edge of the screen. You have to have a physical wall. So I would have been able to do it in the elevator, I'm sure, but... Backdash, kind of worked out though. I think I got both of them? Yep. These guys are like not much of a threat compared to Hollywood in the first game. Trying to walk around and hit that because definitely have had health. Wow, the Z-axis range on that sure isn't Hagar's lariat, that's for sure. Good damage on that though. Guy definitely does not feel useless the way he kind of does in the original. Well, useless. He's redundant, I guess. Oh yeah, right. God, he's got that move. Hagar and Lucia, I guess, only have the one back turn grab move. Guy actually has a neutral back turn. Which is this. Yeah, Guy trained between Final Fight 1 and Street Fighter Alpha games in this. I'll accept that lore. I mean, given the length of ponytail that Hagar had time to grow, I guess he had time to do a lot of training, soul searching. Here's the interesting question here. Will I be able to, like having him off screen? Will I be able to get an extend or heal or something to make it to another screen transition before I game over? Because this is a long-ass section. I definitely recall something with like a rooftop with a helipad or something in a boss fight, which hasn't happened yet, and I'm sure there's not many boss fights left. So I assume that's where we're going, which would mean that boss fight is likely not happening on this screen, at least. Oh, no, that's bad. That's very bad. No extended 1.6, so we're not looking at any extents. I don't think either. Alright, let me try to look at that. Okay, yeah, I don't know what I can do. Still on page health. Joe, I'm more scared of Joe than Andre, to be honest. This is tense. Oh, transition. Well, there's the helicopter. It's cool. Nice. That means if/when we came over, I guess we'll start here. Oh yeah, there we go. The fucking general. Very good sprite. Like the character sprites look great in this game. It's a pretty, I don't know. I mean, compared to Final Fight 2, I guess it's a step up, but it's a pretty, I don't know. The boss designs I don't think are great in this game either. There we go. 3 continues. All right. We'll check out Dean some other time. See if 5 lives is enough. Man, I'm so thrilled that we didn't have to go through that hallway again. Because it would have put me in a bad spot for the boss fight. A little wave, like dust clouds effect. Really nice. There's a lot of very nice touches. I mean, of course, Capcom in 1995, they were, I mean, at the top of their game. Even, let's say even their console division, that sounds a bit dismissive. Getting juggled. Come on. What is this, fucking Mug Smashers? Okay, he seems pretty cheap. Okay, I tried to do my special. Yeah, so obviously it's gonna do that, but at least that only hits me once. Alright. I guess I want to stay in front of him. Like, it's when I'm trying to plane shift. I guess that's what triggered his, like, super lariat. Okay. Yeah, like, staying in front of him. Okay, maybe not. Could it just be a range thing? I'm not sure, but like, you don't even see him, like, I don't know. He moves around so fast too, right? I was trying to see if I could grab him, but not that easy. Alright, 2 lives should be enough now. Yeah, alright, there we go. Moving over here. That's what I remembered. But it's a pretty decent death. I mean, maybe, you know... Actually, even Final Fight 2 had a good death for the final boss. This is a little funny that it's like literally just hanging out off screen. And he just happens to dash over there right in time to get knocked into it. It's cool, like, it's a cool death, but I think they could have... I mean, this is kind of cool. I guess it activates the skyscraper self-destruct. But, they could have used that on a lesser boss and have him... I don't know, I guess they didn't want to have him fall out the building again. By the way, Dean, what are you doing now? Hey, wait up. 俺の戦いはまだ終わっちゃいない。その気がするな。そしてこれは俺一人の問題だ。This battle is not over. He has to continue his journey alone. Tiger's like, well, I don't know if we'll see each other again, but I want you to remember, the city owes you a great debt. Congratulations. Thanks for playing. Let's play next level. Yeah. What was this battle? I don't know. It's not over. It wasn't to defeat Black. I wonder, does this game also have like extended endings? No staff roll, so I wonder if that's like a 1cc thing or maybe expert mode only. Because Final Fight 2, when you've defeated it when you cleared it on normal, had like one screen of a shit ending and then staff roll. But here we get the opposite. We get a decent ending. It's like, I mean, it's kind of whatever, but at least it's, you know, a few screens of unique artwork, but no staff roll. Hey, what's up, Cody? Yes, excellent timing. Well, we're far from done, that's for sure. It's so funny. Like, I guess you can't do anything, so you have to like reset your console. And I almost reached over here to press reset on my Super Famicom, but we're not actually playing on that, so that's not going to help. Yeah. Well, what we're going to do We didn't play Dean, and we didn't see the other bus stop thing. Like, I might not beat the entire game again, but why don't we at least play the first 2 stages so we can see, that other stage part. And we can take a look at the US version to see the intro in English and whatever other versions might be apparent. I'm going to try to see if holding select was apparently a thing, but it might only be in the PAL version. I guess so. After the Mad Gear gang was destroyed, the citizens of Metro City finally thought their nightmare was over. But without the Mad Gear to control the underworld, the street gangs fought amongst themselves for power over the city. In the end, the Skullcross gang reigned supreme. Several months later, Mayor Mike Haggard got a call from an old friend. Long time no see, Kai. How'd your training go? Pretty well. I think I learned a few new moves. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I'm Detective Lucia, the Special Crimes Unit. The city's under attack. Well, thank you for that information. What? Got a huge riot that just broke out in the center of the city. Center of town, even. Don't move quick. We're gonna rip Metro City apart. Guy, I'm gonna need your help. You got it. This guy just walks into the office. Wait a minute, Mr. Mayor. I can lead you to them. Who the heck are you? Does it really matter? All you need to know is that I know where they're headed. I haven't got a choice, so I'll trust you. But if you're leading me into a trap, I'm gonna grind you into the pavement. Let's hit the streets. I'm on my way. Yes, sir. Fucking Dean, man. The mystery, man. What up, Carl? At least Dean is more important to the plot than Carlos. Is he, though? He kind of walks in there and claims to have... I don't know. Well, maybe there's an extended ending. But there's, like, literally no... explanation for anything. Well... I like the fact that we get those little animations is a nice touch, but they all look a little goofy. He's got like... I don't think Dean has a bad character design, but he's got this kind of... I don't know. Lucia and like all the characters in the original games, like they come across as kind of effortlessly cool, and I think this guy's like the opposite. He just like comes across as trying too hard to be cool. It's also got this like weird posture. It's actually a really good animation, like the way his shoulders move. I really like that, but kind of weird fighting stance, and then this weird like hunched over pose. He's got like electric fists. No idea what super move. Well, that's what it is, I guess. Oh, yeah, I can't like his throw is shit for breaking stuff. Alright. He's got Floyd's special, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, to me, his like, I don't know, he just ends up being not cool at all to me. I mean, more so in the cutscenes where he's like like always frowning, and he's got this like tough guy attitude, and he's like very secretive. I don't know. He seems sort of an character archetype that I don't care for, I guess. So you break shit in the background here, but I don't think you actually open up stuff. I don't know. So I did do this uppercut. Was it like... Because quarter circle forward does this long range grab. It's a cool special to have. But I don't know. Cool backbreaker, shit sound effect. Forward to up, okay. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I figured it would be up something. Oh, I guess it's the same motion to do that from a grab, okay. It's funny that, like, when Lucia does, like, fire kicks, for some reason it doesn't strike me as, like, needing an explanation as much as these, like, electric fists. I think it's just, like, fire just seems like a more... Which is a ridiculous thing to say, but it seems like a more plausible, like, extension of someone's, like, fighting spirit, or whatever the fuck. Like, I somehow have an easier time accepting that someone's, like, martial arts technique could be fierce and fast and powerful enough to generate, like, friction or heat to, you know, spark a flame. As opposed to someone shooting lightning bolts out of their fist. Even weapons seem like super rare in this game. I haven't really thought about it. Like, I got like the one nunchuck here on my first playthrough, and I can't remember if we ever even came across another weapon. Like, the weapons are always a bit kind of jank in Final Fight in a way. They can be powerful, but in the first game especially, you kind of are taking like rapid fire fight. You kind of don't want to lose that ability to do your combo throws and stuff, or infinites. Like, it's a little bit of a liability, and I think frankly that's the case in a lot of beat 'em ups. The fact that they're even like they're barely in the game, it's a little strange. It's not a complaint, per se. I don't miss them. It's not like I really wish I had more weapons. I just think it's kind of peculiar. Oops. Yeah, his Super Joy, I don't know. I feel like Dean just wishes he was cool, or the developers wishes he was cool, and he just kind of isn't. I mean, if he ever were to return, I'd like to imagine that if, let's say, we got more Final Fight characters in Street Fighter 6 or whatever it would be, I would say Maki, being already a popular character, would obviously have a better shot than anyone. But let's say that they deliberately would want to bring someone who hasn't been brought back. I would still imagine that Carlos would have a better shot than Dean. But having said that, I think either of them could be... Fox. There's nothing to say that they couldn't make Dean into an interesting and cool Street Fighter character. But as he's presented in this game, I don't know. Easily the least cool character in the game. Once the battle had been won, it quickly became clear that the riot was simply a smokescreen. The Skullcross gang had staged the riot to keep the police busy as they freed one of their leaders from prison. That's actually a pretty cool plot. And also it seems like the translation is pretty faithful.
Sorry about before. There just wasn't time to explain. My name's Dean. I used to be just another fighter.
Street Fighter Circuit. Alright, okay. That's kind of what he said in the Japanese version too, yeah.
But when I refused to join the Skullcross gang, those maniacs slaughtered my family. Now I'm gonna hunt down every last one of them.
What? I'm gonna hunt down every last one of them down. And make them pay. Alright, okay. He's even worse at speaking than I am. Electrify the hammer. It's so funny, like, you don't expect a sledgehammer to be like a consumable thrown weapon. It's got like... Actually, he's punching twice. I was gonna say, he's got like Carlos's weird down punch. Well, typo aside, I am actually impressed that the dialogue hasn't been like completely changed. The writing, like, this actually seems like a faithful translation, which is not something I would expect from Capcom in the mid-90s. It's not something I would expect from Capcom up until, like, 2008. Quite frankly. Maybe he's using hunt down as a verb, you know? Now I'm gonna hunt down all of them down. It's like you're making a threat, you're talking about like you're gonna beat them up, and it's like, alright, I'll show you who's the bouncer. They're like, oh shit, alright, we don't want to mess with this guy. $1 foot. Oh yeah. Yeah, some of those sounds are a bit iffy. But I mean, yeah, for sure, like, there's a lot of things you can make fun of here and there, but definitely a good game. Like, this game is actually fun to play through from start to finish. Final boss is a bit but like, I think this would be a pretty damn strong contender for the best Super Nintendo beat 'em up. I wouldn't even really be sure what would be its strongest competition. Like, obviously a lot of people like Turtles in Time. I think some people would maybe put Rushing Beat Shura up there. I don't know. I was never the biggest fan of the Rushing Beat series. I always felt that they were pretty janky. Rushing Beat Shura at least has some amazing art. But it's a bit, like, convoluted and... I don't know. I haven't played it enough maybe to have a too strong of an opinion. I actually do own it. Not an original copy. I do have an original copy of the first game, but I have a licensed multi-cart with Jalico Games that has Ran and Shura on it. But it always seemed like a game that was just a little bit kind of awkward and tedious and weird, but it's got a lot of cool shit in it. I guess in my book, it's just like not quite... Alright, let's not break that. Let's sacrifice the barbecue. Get a different boss fight. And same thing with Ninja Warriors again. I mean, that's a great call, because it's an excellent game. But in my mind, it's a little too different mechanically to be part of the conversation. Like, if we're talking specifically classic belt-scrolling beat-em-ups. Alright, we get a little chicken leg. Instead of full barbecue. We'll take it though. This is a very nice background, I like it. Capcom probably connect Dean to Alex somehow. If Alex had existed when this game came out, then for sure. That seems exactly like what they do. Dude, look at those trees. They look fucking awesome. The brick wall, even. Like, so much, like, texture and detail, but still managing to, like, not look completely out of place, or manages to completely not look out of place. It's a weird sentence structure, but, like, it fits in really well with the character sprites. Even though, like, the texture of how it's drawn is a little bit different. But it's just different enough to give, like, a nice bit of contrast. So the characters stand out really well. pretty sick, actually, that Dean can combo into his, like, special that grabs him. It's funny, though. I mean, I guess it's probably deliberate, but, like, because he has an easy time grabbing enemies, instead his throw is a bit shit. I mean, I don't know. Maybe shit is phrasing it a bit harshly, but, it doesn't have range. Like, he can't really clear crowds with it very well. Like, even Hagar's throw in the first game has short range, but it's still a still very good crowd management tool. Crowd control? I don't know. Crowd clearing. It's good. Dash in boot. I gotta say, Coleman might be my favorite boss in this game. He's like a little goofy, but he's still somehow less goofy and also less annoying than some of the other bosses. Rushing Beat On is the better Rushing Beat game. I guess I wouldn't really know. Like, I think for sure it's more conventional. Like, the third one is the most... Let's break all this shit we avoided last time. It's gonna be tricky. How do I even fucking do it? Can I... Let's experiment here. We're just knocked down. Okay, I can do the back grab. I'm not sure if you need to throw them to break it or if just a knockdown works. I can get knocked down into stuff to break it, so I guess that's probably good enough. Yeah, Dean's skin tone is definitely strange. It kind of adds to his looking weird. That's true. There we go. I got some nice slowdown there with all the breakage at the same time. But this game is impressively, like, not, you know... Even Final Fight 2, which was a big step up from 1, I mean, Guy was like a major change. You know, even Final Fight Guy, whenever you had a lot of barrels, would kind of, you know, things would kind of go to shit. And Final Fight 2 wasn't without slowdown, but this game is like very rarely problems with that. This game really does play well. It would definitely have been very interesting to see what a game like this could have been like. Oh. It just ends like that, huh? So the third boss was the chef? Wow, I didn't realize that would just cut out the entire... But is this different now? I don't feel like I don't remember this. But maybe because we spent like so long at the end of the stage? I don't know. Actually, no, that was stage 5. Carl did mention that this would, like, this route would change more drastically, so I assume this is maybe different than it would have been. Is Dean even in the Final Fight versus Fighter? No. Final Fight Revenge features only the characters from the original Final Fight, which actually, come to think of it, is kind of odd. I hadn't really reflected on that, but, like, given when it came out, I mean, for sure, Capcom has, like, you know, Maki was the kind of weird exception, and now we got Lucia, you know, a year or two ago in Street Fighter V. But Capcom, like, never really acknowledged the Final Fight sequels all that much. But when you're specifically making a new Final Fight game that is, you know, a fighting game like that, it would seem like kind of an obvious thing to pull together a roster of, like, as wide berth of, like, Final Fight characters as you could. But even then, you know, the sort of template for those kinds of crossover fighting games, so to speak, didn't necessarily really exist. I mean, obviously there had been King of Fighters, but... And I mean, yeah, it's not a crossover fighter per se, but, like, something that sort of brings together non-fighting game characters into this big fighting game. Even if a few of them had been in fighting games prior. I don't know. I guess, like, you would expect if someone... was that an extra section, and this is where this stage starts otherwise? Is that how that... I don't know. Nowadays, I think if you say, like, we're doing a fighting game version of X, or, like, a fighting game based on X, there's kind of an expectation of it being this, you know, crossover, celebration, whatever, like, with bringing in a lot of stuff. But I guess what Final Fight Revenge is more like a versus fighting, not retelling or reinterpretation, but like a versus fighting sort of spin-off based more specifically off the original game. I don't know. Like, I think for sure there are very few characters that they could bring in from any of the Final Fight sequels that would have been any popular. But I think Maki and Lucia certainly could have been. And but I mean, the game doesn't have like a massive roster anyway. The game doesn't necessarily feel like they had to really, you know, scrape the bottom of the barrel to fill out its roster, and that they would have been better served, you know, picking more characters from these games, because, you know, it's got like the bosses from the first game, right? It's got Poison, it's got Elgato. I guess that's pretty much it. And I think those are all like, I mean, I don't know, maybe Maki or Lucia could have been more popular than Elgato, sure, but I think it's still, you know, a decent enough roster for what it is. I mean, yeah, it's like they did pick most characters that are in Final Fight 1. They didn't, you know, like I said, they don't have all the Reds and Dougs and Jakes. I don't think 2P or J are in it. But, oh yeah, Andre, of course, is in it. But it's got pretty much everyone you would realistically maybe want or expect. This was different, I guess. I don't remember this, like, what stage 4 even was, but I'm starting to think that this entire stage 4 is, like, all different. I don't even fucking know. I don't know, I think the roster isn't necessarily a problem with Final Fight Revenge. It's just, like I said, it's an oddity in a way, based on what you would expect from how a lot of fighting games... Because I think, like, frankly, not long after that. So Final Fight Revenge was in 1999. And of course, over the late 90s, early 2000s, you got the Marvel vs. Capcoms, the Capcom vs. SNKs. You know, eventually SVC Chaos, Neo Geo Battle Coliseum, Smash Brothers became a bigger thing. And you started seeing a lot less new worlds and brands and IPs. And it became more kind of expected for new fighting games to be either... Okay, well, it definitely didn't fight this guy. Alright, I guess you jump when that happens. It became expected that a new fighting game would be either a sequel or some kind of a crossover or something like that. It's kind of an interesting mechanic that he, like, grabs his anchor. He's not exactly a cool boss character design, though, if I'm being honest. He fights more like a boss than anyone in Final Fight 2, though. I think, like, the character design itself has, like, super strong bootleg fucking body blows vibes. But the pixel art is so well done that it kind of doesn't feel that way. Definitely a pretty lame boss design, though. Dude, the fucking homing... Oh, I guess you can run in this game. I keep forgetting. Jukes. Yeah, this music doesn't fit the boss fight. That was a problem that Final Fight 2 had a lot as well. Not only are there no boss themes, there's like... The music that is used during the boss fights are these like really weird chill jams and shit. I guess being able to use the backdash on command is basically the reason for having the lock direction button. Shit. Got him. But yeah, so like in the landscape of fighting games and how that came to evolve over the years, like following not too long after Stop Bulldozer. Alright, we're bare knuckle freeing it. What do I do? What the hell am I supposed to do? Walk against it? I guess it's going slower. Oh, that worked. Thanks. Alright, hidden tech. Oh, shit. Cargo hold of the ship revealed a huge stockpile of weapons. It looked as if the Skullcross gang was smuggling weapons for someone. The only clue was a manifest with the word Sims Inc. scrawled across it. Oh, there's a Yashichi down there. I can see that. Oh, it's iframes. Okay. No Jessica item in this game. Alright, let's toss a sledgehammer at these guys. An electric sledgehammer. Alright, it's pretty good. Okay, so yeah, it kind of does seem like half of the game is like all different. Because this stage didn't start in this... Like, did this stage start in sewers? I don't remember. I have no idea, no recollection of what the... Oh yeah, wait. Well, we eventually got to the Chinese restaurant, but I think that was the end of Stage 3. Because Stage 3 ended when we got on the bus now. Or wait, we didn't get on the bus. It ended when we didn't get on the bus, I guess. So I guess Macaw and or other experts, feel free to elaborate more on the different routes now that we have a little more of a sense. Like I can't reach them. Because Macaw mentioned a route where you go back a stage. Kind of curious what that would even entail. Can you do a jab infinite? Good question. Not really, or rather, not at all. You can turn around and whip, but he has like a 3-hit combo like Hagar, so it doesn't really work. Probably does work with Lucia though, unless it's like specifically engineered to not work. Hang on. After this, you'll have the same endgame. If you went up the ladder You go back to China. Oh yeah, we went to the junkyard. That's right. We went up on top of the bus and we fought whoever we fought there. So, where did we fight? Oh yeah, so the junkyard was then the end of stage 3. And then I guess the other stage 4 would have been the Chinese restaurant. Is that how that worked out? That would make sense, I guess. Or that's the only way I can make it fit together. But you're making it sound like if I went up, I didn't see a ladder, but I'm guessing I already missed it. And I don't remember how this stage started. Okay, so I missed whatever would have made me like repeat. So that would have taken me. So let's say I did stage 4B, which is like the boat harbor level. And from this stage, which I guess is 5B, I could have transitioned back to 4A. And if I beat that, would I then proceed to 5A? Okay. Alright, okay, yeah. So here we go. This is the same. So the second doorway here is what lets us skip the boss. So in a sense, also by the way, I can see why I remember this game as mostly having bad modem music, because this fucking song plays on like every stage. Yeah, Dean also, aside from like everything else that makes his character a bit shit, is like I don't feel like he feels very fun to use. A lot of his moves aren't like very satisfying. All his electric moves are like weirdly slow. Like he's the slow character, not Hagar. Which I will say is actually something that I think is an underexplored design kind of approach in beat 'em ups. You have, or fighting games for that matter, although there are examples, but in beat 'em ups and most fighting games, when you like the wrestling character, the grappler is almost always like the big slow dude. And I mean, obviously in terms of like Street Fighter 2 archetypes, basic design, it makes sense to have, if you have a character who's like extremely powerful up close, that character should also probably not be the best at getting in. Like that's kind of where the Zangief design comes from, which makes perfect sense. But you could definitely, and people certainly have, come up with other types of grapplers who are like even T-Hawk. He's big and bulky, but he has like movement options to kind of get in. And then you also have, you know, with in KOF, you have Ramon, you have Hinako, you have characters who are kind of either, you know, wrestling, fighting style, or grappler type characters. I mean, KOF never really had Zangief type characters to begin with. So there's like a one-up in here, right? And I think the second door is the one that takes us forward. Angel for sure, like, she's not a grappler, but she's like a wrestler type of character. And I mean, you could look at El Fuerte, who is like not a grappler at all, but he is a wrestler. And yeah, like I said, like KOF has plenty, so it certainly exists. But in beat 'em ups, I feel like there's less examples. I mean, of course, I have a lot of games where everyone has sick wrestling moves, Which I guess is also kind of the case in KOF, as you mentioned. A lot of characters have command grabs. There are almost no. I mean, I think Griffin Mask is like almost the only very pure classic grappler in KOF. But in beat 'em ups, like I can think of, off the top of my head at least, like sort of few examples. Like it seems to be most games sticking kind of to the archetype of like if you have characters that are different in that way, and you have a slow, bulky character, that's probably gonna be the wrestling character. Oh, that didn't quite work. It's fine, I'll take that hit. You definitely have games, of course, like Final Fight, where there aren't multiple characters to begin with. You have, you know, Knights of the Round that doesn't have grappling. Oh, wow, you got them both. So I think there are probably more examples of heavy characters who aren't a grappler than there are examples of a wrestling character that isn't like a heavy. Did I destroy all of them? I thought it was supposed to be 5. Maybe I misread that. I guess we'll see if we've got it or not. Unless we game over right here, in which case I guess we'll have to give it a second try. I can think of fewer examples of a game where you have... maybe I just said this, but like... Let's say I have a 3 or 4 character roster, and like, you have a wrestler who is... Yep. That's so funny. The stage just ends, and it's like not at all clear. You know, if I hadn't been told not to break the computers the first time, I would have done it, and the stage would have ended there, and I would have been really confused as to why stage 5 didn't have a boss. But yeah, the fact that you can skip like half of stage 3 and half of stage 5 certainly makes the game a little easier. But it's really fascinating that you have all these like alternate routes. They definitely, you know, making this game, aside from making the combat mechanics good, and aside from like improving all the stuff that was kind of lame and bland about Final Fight 2, there's definitely a lot of, like, there's no shortage of original ideas. You know, the moveset, the branching paths, and all that stuff. Like, it's a pretty fascinating game for sure. What's up, Electro-Altruism? Oh wow, I actually got hit. I'm busy reading chat. Well, we did play, like... We started with Maki in Final Fight 2, so I made it through like 3/4 of the game before game overing and changing characters. So if you had been around to watch it, I think you would have been satisfied. But yeah, like it would be. And like, spoiler alert, with a beat 'em up game that I'm like, I don't want to use the words working on, because I think that implies more than what's actually going on, but the beat 'em up game that I'm writing a design document for, at the very least, and doing character designs and artwork and stuff for, in the hopes that eventually I'd get to make it. There's a wrestling character, and that character is not the power type character. But also because I think slow characters are not fun. I think the power character wouldn't necessarily be super slow either. They at least have interesting tools. On paper. But yeah, I think that's just like a design convention in this genre that I think would be interesting to see challenged. Alright, let's bring back. I guess at this point we're finishing this run. Why not? God damn it. So if there was a 1-up in one of these rooms. Oh yeah, that's where I saw the 1-up icon. I think the next room had a barbecue that I completely wasted. But I think after I completed that room, we went to some other location. So I think I should not go into the second door. Secretly working on Streets of Rage 5. Well, that's funny though, because a big reason why I was very apprehensive about Streets of Rage 4, and subsequently why I was so impressed that it ended up being something I was largely happy with, is because I never wrote a design doc, but I definitely designed a lot of Streets of Rage 4 in my head, you know, starting in about 1994. Saying that I designed anything is definitely overstating it, but you know, I fantasized about what a Streets of Rage 4 might look like, and I followed with excitement and glee and befuddlement and all the other emotions, everything that came out of every kind of failed attempt at doing new stuff with Streets of Rage for the longest time. Because there have been a lot of different stuff. Like, it's subsequently, it has, I think some of it at least has appeared on the internet. But when I worked at Ubisoft, one of my friends who worked there was a concept artist who had previously worked at Grin in their Barcelona studio. Oh, okay, yeah, so you just came back. Okay, we didn't actually get to see anything different, but I probably would have just died if I went into that room anyway. This was after Grin had shut down. I'm pretty sure. I'm actually not positive. Oh yeah, no, it would have been because Grin released Wanted and Terminator Salvation, and both of them like super flopped, and they closed after that. But anyway, this guy who had worked at their Barcelona studio, he showed me the teaser trailer, or it's not a teaser, it's like a pitch trailer of their Strider reboot that they were pitching to Capcom, which I'm kind of was glad never made it anywhere, because I felt the trailer kind of missed the point. Yeah, I worked at Ubisoft Sofia for about a year, like a decade ago. The Strider trailer definitely has that's made its way to the internet, but basically it was like you saw like this guard in this like snowy landscape. It's like Neo-Kazakh, I guess. And like Hiryu like sneaks up on him or whatever. Like I guess you don't ever see Hiryu, but like you see like a flash of his blade, and there's like blood. There's like blood splatter on. There's like a close-up of, you know, blood on the snow. Just the fact that there was blood immediately like put me off, and I mean I guess Capcom didn't like it either, because the game didn't happen. But there was a pitch that they created. But what they had also done was a pitch for a remake of Streets of Rage 2. And it was supposed to be like a straight remake. There was like some concept art and stuff, and there was like some sort of a design document. I don't remember a lot of the details, but there also wasn't like that much exciting or interesting about it. It was basically like they were gonna their pitch was to remake Streets of Rage 2, but like, you know, with polygonal graphics. But that never went anywhere. But the point is, like, that was one of several attempts. I know that coincidentally, another person I have worked with, not in a professional capacity, but we worked together on a Half-Life mod called The Opera when I was like in high school, which was like a Hong Kong action film themed mod. Several of the people who worked on that mod went on to work in the game industry. Most of us, I guess. And but this other dude, he had worked on, I can't remember if it was when what studio it was, but it was a British studio. And they did a pitch for like a reboot of Streets of Rage, which also had like a video pitch kind of thing. They built like some sort of prototype in Unity, I think. And video of this also exists on the internet. And that one, like, I'm kind of glad didn't happen because it had this like super generic 360 PS3 era, you know, pseudo-realistic rendering, and it's all like grim, dark, and shit. Anyway, throughout history, there's been several of these attempted resurrections of Streets of Rage. I mean, hell, even Ancient had the old first-person, like, mock-up videos that were on the internet in, like, the early 2000s. And I was always a fan, so I always, like, looked at those things with trepidation, and, like, I felt that most of them didn't look that promising, didn't look that great. So when Streets of Rage 4 was announced with that, like, cartoon trailer, I was excited, but I was definitely very apprehensive. And I was really impressed when the game finally came out that it actually ended up being not what I would have designed in my head, and I certainly have, like, complaints and, you know, quibbles with certain things in the end. But they really managed to make not only a great game, but also something that's, like, the amount of things I look at in that game and kind of scoff and say, that's not how I would have done it, they are remarkably few, considering it's a game I've been, like, very passionate about pretty much my entire life. Compare that to Double Dragon Neon. I wouldn't even say that I'm half as passionate for Double Dragon as I am for Streets of Rage. Even half would be very generous, I think. But that game has so many things that, like, I don't know about this, you know? So it's really a testament, I think, to how well, whether they intended to or not, how well the developers of Streets of Rage 4 got what I personally and maybe many other Streets of Rage fans wanted from that game. Like, they just got it, and I was really happy with that. What were we talking about again? I forget. Anyway, I'm talking about rabbits. No, I had definitely nothing to do with anything to do with Rabbids or Rayman or anything. I worked on Assassin's Creed. I think someone also asked, what were my thoughts on Streets of Rage Remake? My thoughts on Streets of Rage Remake was that I was so excited that someone was making something like that, that I hung out on their forums and posted stuff and did art and stuff until I was asked to join the development team, so I did. And then I worked on Streets of Rage Remake for a good while. So, granted, having said that, I had thoughts on that too, before and after my time. I didn't work on the final version of the game. I'm sure there's a bunch of my work is still in there. But I worked on it in 2006. I remember I worked on it when I was living in Japan. which was, you know, mid 06 to mid 07. And I can't remember specifically if I was working on it before then and or after then, but I distinctly remember playing it because it must have released that version. It was version 4 or whatever. It must have released during that time frame. Because I remember very, very hurriedly finishing all the sprites for Super Shiva in like fucking 2 days. Because for whatever reason, there was like a release date that we were committed to. And Super Shiva was going to be in the game, but he didn't have like any sprites. So if Super Shiva looked bad, which I kind of thought he did, it's because I did all the graphics for him in like 2 days. But I also did most of the sprites for Adam and some background stuff here and there. I did like running animations for Max and some other characters that didn't have them. I think I did like animations for holding and shooting guns, which were added, like a lot of bits and pieces here and there. Well, what we did for Shiva was he's like topless. He's not wearing a shirt. I don't know. I thought the whole, like, that's the thing. Speaking of like having thoughts on Streets of Rage Remake, I think it was like a masterpiece in like how well it played and how fun and cool it was in general. But it certainly has a lot of like Spanish fan fiction in it that I was less enthused about. But I was kind of like, I wasn't the most central part of the team, you know, so it wasn't really my place to be too strongly opinionated on creative decisions. What I'm referring to more specifically about the fan fiction is that one of the characters featured in the storyline, and she wasn't really like playable, or she only appeared in like a cutscene or something in the version that I worked on. I think she was more incorporated later on. It was Rudra, who was Shiva's sister, and I felt that was a bit silly. But there was a lot of stuff that was like added and stuff that was kind of cool about it. So I was like super proud to have been part of it. And it was really cool. I got to play a lot of like demo builds and stuff. And I mean, I did a lot of play testing and stuff like that. There's a whip. I don't know. She has like a black coat and like a ponytail or something. Got this much life left, and he's still just hanging out there doing lariats. Well, two can play that game, buddy. Or so I thought. And I remember specifically, one of the suggestions I made that made it into the game was anytime you enter a new area and the music changes, anytime a new track starts playing, there's like a Namco-style little music cue at the bottom of the screen. And that was added because I suggested it. So there's my contribution to Streets of Rage Remake, if nothing else. 2 credit clear, yeah, that was a big improvement. I mean, we skipped. It was like the optimal skip route. Fun game though, for sure. Like I don't mind playing it through. Like it was. I felt like these 2 playthroughs were faster than one playthrough of Final Fight 2. That's probably not factually the case, but it feels like it. Back to work. All right. Let's play. So, McCall, do you know? Maybe someone else knows too. Is there more ending stuff or anything if you play on a higher difficulty level. I'm catching up on chat here in the meantime. Oh yeah. That entire rant started with someone jokingly suggested that I worked on Streets of Rage 5, which, while not true, I guess is in some weird way closer to the truth than reality. Actually, you know what? I was reminded. I didn't work on Streets of Rage 4, obviously, but I was very curious for the longest time to see if I'd be very curious to dig into this and see if there's more lore to this. But prior to Streets of Rage 4 being announced, I'd have to check the receipts to get an exact date on this. But I received an email from like the head of the Streets of Rage remake development team, and this would have been, prior to the announcement, which was what, 2018. So probably either early 2018 or 2017 or something, which would have been years and years and years, many years after I had any involvement with Streets of Rage 4. I received an email that was kind of being a bit secretive, a bit non-specific, but basically asking if I would be okay with the work I had done on Streets of Rage remake. Like would I be okay with this work being used in an upcoming project? And would I be opposed to maybe doing additional work? Retro Island Gaming raiding with a gigantic crowd of people. Holy crap. And a bunch of excited dolphins, I guess. All right. Welcome. Whole bunch of new followers too. I'll catch up on those when Shao Kahn is busy, or when he's not busy, yelling over me. Let me just hydrate while we wait out this wave of dolphins and Shao Kahn announcements, and I'll be with you in a second. All right. Hey man, good luck with the Final Fight. Thank you very much. We just cleared Final Fight Tough, aka Final Fight 3, for the second time. We're doing all right here, but we've got plenty more Final Fight to go, so don't worry about that. Thank you very much again for the raid, and thank you for the follow, Retro Island Gaming. And thank you for following as well, Master Gregor, Xiggles, and Jay Libertine. Thank you. We're just regaling the backstory of my involvement with Streets of Rage remake. Rip the Jagger, thank you for following. Because we probably have a bunch of new people here, then I should probably say hello and welcome. I'm Jigga. I play a lot of old games. You can see a lot of my collection back there. I collect a lot of old Japanese games and consoles. Right now, I'm in the middle of the Final Fight Series Retrospective, where we're playing through every game and every version of every game. You can see right there that this is game number 17. Now, obviously, Final Fight 3 is not the 17th game in the Final Fight series, but we did play about 13 versions of Final Fight 1 on consoles, arcade, computer, even a mobile phone port. Slap Factory, thank you for the follow. The original Final Fight on Super Nintendo is like the worst version of that game. It's got horrible slowdown and dropped inputs, and it's missing a ton of content. But there's some awesome and some less awesome versions of that game. But Final Fight, always a good time. Yeah, Final Fight Guy is a lot better. It's missing Cody, which is unfortunate, but Final Fight Guy at least fixes all the slowdown and crap, so it's actually like fun to play. So anyway, yeah, the story I was trying to tell here. I worked on Streets of Rage Remake a billion years ago. Excellent. And at some point prior to the announcement of Streets of Rage 4, I was asked in an email if I would be okay with having my work repurposed or reused or something. And again, this was all like, he must have been under NDA, and I hadn't signed anything, of course, so there was no specifics were made, but I could read between the lines and infer that it had something to do with Sega, and that there would be something like, maybe it would be an official release of Streets of Rage Remake, or I didn't know what it was, but I said, sure, yeah, I don't mind at all. And there was also kind of an implication that maybe there would be more work available. Like maybe there would be an interest in me continuing or work on that stuff or something. So when Streets of Rage 4 was announced, I got very curious about whether any of like, if there was any connection between those things. And I don't know, again, like I don't know for a fact that there was. I don't know whether what that other thing I got mail about had anything to do with Sega, but that's kind of the only thing that would make sense. So I don't know if there was, maybe prior to Streets of Rage 4 being greenlit, maybe there was some discussions being made about Streets of Rage Remake getting some kind of official release. Maybe it was supposed to have been part of it. Maybe some of the work we had done, even if it was just like concepts or ideas or characters, were at some point considered for being included in Streets of Rage 4 in some way. This is pure speculation. I have no idea. But I was just reminded of it based on this conversation. I hadn't thought about this in years. So I'd be curious if whatever that was. To the best of my knowledge, none of the names of people who were involved in Remake, I haven't seen those names anywhere related to Streets of Rage 4. And I haven't seen anything in the game that made me think, oh, this is what that was all about. So, and certainly none of the work that I ever did personally made it anywhere in Streets of Rage 4. But it's funny, you know, a throwaway joke, but I got a good solid, 20-something minutes of ranting out of it. Oh yeah, here's the laser beam, of course, 7 o'clock. I'll sit over here, I guess. But yeah, it was someone mentioned also that it was unfortunate that Sega. Someone said like, "Oh, it's too bad that Sega were such a dick about Streets of Rage Remake and not taking it down or whatever." But honestly, it's the exact opposite. Sega were very much aware of Streets of Rage Remake, and they very deliberately waited to cease and desist the game until like it had been out for like a week. So they didn't well, I shouldn't say cease and desist, because they didn't threaten legal action to the best of my knowledge. I mean, that was, like I said, that wasn't even the final version, because I think like version 5 is like the most current or final version, and this was like version 4 that we worked on years prior. So Sega were basically totally cool with unofficially, so to speak, like letting us release it and letting it get into people's hands before they were kind of very what's the word, demonstratively, I don't know, being like, all right, take this link down now, and like, so as far as I'm concerned, as far as those types of things go, there were really no bad blood between the development team and Sega, because if there had been, they could have gone a lot farther in shutting it down and making it like not, reach anywhere. And clearly, again, like development has continued, more versions have come out, so I think they, maybe it would have been different nowadays compared to back then, but I think they were not nearly as aggressive as Nintendo or Squaresoft, or I mean, back in the day, in the 90s, getting cease and desisted used to be called getting foxed, because 20th Century Fox were known to be very aggressively litigious with that stuff. They shut down a bunch of like Alien fan games, and famously, Nakatomi Plaza, the diehard first-person shooter, started its development as a mod for Duke Nukem 3D, and it eventually became a Half-Life mod. And they were like very careful to not use the name Die Hard anywhere in like on their website. It was just like Nakatomi Plaza. Oh, it's a mod, you know, trying to recreate a Hollywood action movie, whatever. And of course, Nakatomi Plaza, the development team, eventually got hired by Fox to make it like an official game, which it's really cool how the mod started development in like, I don't know, 97 or something, and then in like 2002 it eventually came out as a like retail game. That's pretty cool. Anyway, we're ostensibly here to play some video games. In case any of the new viewers here aren't bored to tears already, if you're still around, thank you. We're gonna be moving on here. Final Fight Tough, Final Fight 3, very cool game, very cool game. Released in 1995 for the Super Famicom, 1996 in the West for the Super NES. This game did, in fact, have another release of sorts. There is a unlicensed NES port of this game, or Famicom, or Famiclone port, released in 1998. And we are, of course, going to take a look at that too. This is the Final Fight Series Retrospective, and it wouldn't be worth its name if we were going to be skipping games left and right. So we are going to be playing, and this one is only ever known as Final Fight 3, so we're going to put that title. Retrograde Tom. Hello, Tom. Welcome, welcome. And let's get some jams going while I set this up. Let's see here. This would be then game number 18. And this was for the Famicom, released in 1998. Not developed by Capcom, but by prestigious bootleg developers Hummer Team. And I can't remember if Hummer Team were based in Taiwan or Russia or wherever, but they were apparently pretty prolific in releasing bootleg Famicom games. I've not played this one. I'm not sure what to expect, but I'm very curious to check it out. It'll be interesting to see how this compares to Mighty Final Fight. I mean, not that I would expect them to have anything in common, but just in terms of the level of fidelity and excitement and action one might expect from an NES beat-em-up. Hummer Team were Taiwanese. All right, that makes sense. That's kind of what I would have guessed. All right, let's shut this down. And let's find that game then. Give me a sec here. All right, let's see if this works. Oh boy, we're just going. After Mad Gear Gang was destroyed, the citizens of Metro City finally thought the nightmare was over, but without the Mad Gear to control the underworld, street gangs fought amongst themselves for power over the city. In the end, the Skullcross Gang reigned supreme. Several months later, the mayor Mike Hager got a call from an old friend. Long time no see, guy. How did your training go? Pretty well. I think I learned a few new moves. Pretty impressed with the animation and shit, but yeah, a bit of flickering here. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I'm Detective Lucia of the Special Crimes Unit. The city is under attack. Got a huge riot that just broke out in the center of town. If we don't move quick, they're going to rip Metro City apart. Guy, I am gonna need your help. You got it. Wait a minute, Mr. May. I can lead you to them. Who the heck are you? Does it really matter? All you need to know is that I know where they are. Where they're needed. I haven't got a choice, so I'll trust you, but if you're leading me into a trap, I'm gonna grind you into the pavement. Oh, that looks sick. Let's hit the streets. I'm on my way. Yes, sir. ... All right, Final Fight 3. Boom. I mean, again, this is like a bootleg and everything. Having just seen... Well, okay, the demo's kicking in pretty quick. It's like a PS1 game. I actually brought the music from Mighty Final Fight. That's cool. Let's not spoil ourselves. Normally I would enjoy watching that, but I don't want to spoil myself too much. You know, they're not native English speakers. The fact that the intro is so intact and so legible and so decent looking, I think is speaks very highly of this game as far as like Taiwanese bootleg Famicom games go. Oh, retro idle game, don't worry about it. Not at all, not at all. My story time usually themselves are a complete derailment of what was going on previously. So I think you're adapting very well to the culture here on this channel by by making me get sidetracked. But I think I managed to wrap up story time just fine. So not a problem. It was yeah, it was a pretty impressive looking intro, I think. Recreated the original game pretty well. Yeah, normal, hard, expert, easy. I think we'll just go normal. This channel basically a podcast with a free Twitch stream. Yeah, I guess that's not too far from the truth. Pretty much the only Hummer game where they took music from a legit game. Yeah, that's interesting. Because there's usually kind of a few different, I was going to say schools of thought. It's maybe not the right expression, but like different approaches, right? High Seas Havoc, we mentioned being reused for like all these Mega Drive bootlegs. And either they would steal games that use a particular sound driver or, you know, adapt or remake or whatever. Then you get games that just steal music from wherever else. Still waiting on the Jig and Macaw Goaty podcast. I mean, sure. I'd be up for it. Whatever that would even be. But anyway, yeah, we'll just jump into this. There's not a lot of options, no controls. Yeah, Auto 2P play is like a kind of interesting and sort of impressive feature in the Super Nintendo game, let alone here. But I guess maybe we should try that just to see what it's like. But we'll do a proper one-player attempt here. Yeah, they're struggling a little bit with the color palettes here. I can just hold right. It's like a rapid fire. I have to like have fucking precision to only step once. But like, I think that the overlapping kind of color blocks look a little funny. And if this was designed for the Famicom, this wouldn't have probably been designed that way. But beyond that, like, I think this doesn't exactly scream bootleg. Like, it's pretty damn impressive looking. Well, let's start with Hagar. Yeah, no animation on the characters picking, but there's like even a multi-frame idle animation. This is like a shockingly smooth walk cycle, long-range jab. Like even the background's animated. This is like really fucking impressive. Oh yeah, he's Hagar. Okay, I have to walk dangerously close to the edge here. Oh yeah, there's even running. Oil drum, diamond. Alright, yeah, we got special moves. This is like hella impressive, actually. Yeah, it was Hagar, Hagger in the intro. And then eventually he was spelled correctly, Hagar. And I was Hagar. I mean, yeah, a fair amount of flickering, but very playable. Okay, it's... If I tap left, then right almost immediately, he keeps walking right. Or keeps walking left before he turns right. Something a little peculiar going on with the controls, but... Two enemies on screen, I'm like juggling them in midair. Let me get out of the way. Can I... Okay, that's... Okay, yeah, movement is very strange. It's like not exactly laggy. Like, if I'm standing still, I start moving exactly when I tap the button. But if I try to change directions without stopping, I can't really do that reliably. I like combo out of the X panel slam. I don't know, like, it's a bit janky, but for a bootleg, it's like insanely impressive. I feel like it's got better music than the real Final Fight 3. I'm gonna assume that we're not gonna be able to break stuff in the background. It doesn't... I'm trying to figure out if I can do a pile driver. It seems unlikely. Jumping is kind of a bit weird. Oh yeah. Let me turn up the audio. It's a little low. I turned it down when I was playing music. So yeah, if you're new here and you are a fan of Final Fight, I would recommend taking a look at my previous broadcasts and highlights, because over the past week or so, we have been playing, well, as you can see on the game count there, we've been playing 17 other Final Fights. And I'm willing to bet that there's some games in that list, even if you're a Final Fight fan, there's probably going to be some games on there that you have never seen before. You may be surprised to learn that the Amiga port of Final Fight kind of owns. You may be even more surprised to learn that the Amstrad CPC and ZX Spectrum ports of Final Fight are also kind of awesome. I mean, they're not exactly faithful ports, but they're very cool in their own right. Maybe they resemble the gameplay of the original Final Fight less than this resembles Final Fight 3. But they're not only like oddities, in my opinion. They actually play well enough to be fun to play. Alright, round 1-2 complete. The mobile version was kind of neat too. It was really fun to play all those different versions of Final Fight to see like how they tried to adapt like the mechanics and like the abilities of the characters to like much simpler controls, because like most of those versions just have the one button. And most of them didn't have all the moves. Like the moveset is usually kind of simplified. I mean, that's true here as well. I don't have the Blood Splash, and I can't seem to figure out if I'm able to do the pile driver. Oh, just a 1-up? 1-up. Okay, thank you. And like the way each kind of different game sought to sort of simplify the move list and like try to capture the feel of the fighting, but with kind of limited means. This is pretty interesting, and they all did it in kind of different ways too. Yeah, Tom, I didn't really know about this version until very recently either, and that went for some of the other games we played. We also played, by the way, we played Mighty Final Fight, the NES game, last time. Beef. And in 2018, a group of enterprising Spectrum fans developed a ZX Spectrum port of Mighty Final Fight, which was also like crazy impressive. Definitely recommend checking that out. It was off his balls, but it was really cool. Great music too. I like Spectrum interpretations of the Mighty Final Fight music. Very riveting fight here. I'm getting points, so I'm assuming I'm dealing damage. Unless he's blocking all those punches with his thighs. Yeah, it would have been interesting to hear like NES versions of the Final Fight 3 music though. I can't disagree with that. Doesn't seem to be taking a lot of damage. We also played the, of course, the Sharp X68000 port, which is like famously damn near arcade perfect. It was like the computer platform that I guess Capcom used as their like development platform for those CPS games. Oh, his health is yellow. There we go. And with that version, we were able to play it with the Roland MT32 sound, which is, I wouldn't call it better than the arcade soundtrack by any stretch. I wouldn't even necessarily call it better than the other, like, default sound option using, like, the internal sound hardware. But it gave it a unique sound, which is very interesting to hear. For my money, the Mega CD soundtrack from Final Fight CD is still the best Final Fight music has ever sounded, though. I'm going to hunt down every last one of them down and make them pay. I'm glad they kept the typo. So this version maybe doesn't feel quite as snappy. Like it feels a little more. Maybe it's, you know, I'm sure it's the variety of factors. The combat itself is a little less exciting. You know, you got 2 enemies. You have more of this, you know, the screen stopped and more enemies keep spawning. Let's see if there's more after these guys. Oh, okay, that's pretty good. But the flow of the game, the pacing isn't quite as good as the original. Even though it's, like, surprisingly faithful, it's just that, again, actually, it's kind of a perfect example of what I was talking about before. I mentioned, like, C64 ports and stuff, but it's exactly the same thing here. They're trying to adapt basically the same enemy layouts and the same, like, enemy spawns, but with fewer enemies on screen at once. You end up having the same number of enemies, but you end up having far more waves of enemies, which is kind of what feels, you know, what makes it feel like you're stuck in the same place for too long isn't necessarily whether you're fighting 6 or 8 dudes, but if you're fighting 2 or 3 or 4 waves of enemies, like, that makes a big difference. And I think that is greatly contributing to the pace of this feeling a little more tedious. It's still, you know, I've played a lot worse, but it's interesting how a change like that, like, tangibly affects the overall impression. Now, of course, the combat is a lot less sophisticated here, which can, as mentioned, make up for those kinds of shortcomings. But even so, I mean, I would say there are officially licensed beat-em-ups on the Nintendo that aren't as good as this. And I feel like that's a somewhat rare thing to be able to say about any genre of game when you're playing a bootleg, and especially a genre that is so kind of mechanically demanding as a beat-em-up. I mean, that's kind of what we were talking about Mighty Final Fight, right? That's a game that sort of tries not to, like, goes out of its way to be something a little different from an arcade beat-em-up, because it's, like, so strikingly obvious that you can't recreate the arcade beat-em-up experience on the NES. It's just not possible. So they're going for something a little bit different. And it works out reasonably enough. Oh, hey, it's Fat Jack. Or RB, I suppose. So for a genre that kind of inherently has that issue, or at least that sort of problematic nature, I mean, there's a bunch of bootleg fighting games, right? On most consoles, I feel like. And granted, there aren't many licensed versus fighters on the NES to compare them to. But let's say, you know, Mega Drive, for example, has a bunch of unlicensed bootleg fighting games, and they're all pretty shit. But they're kind of what you would expect from a bootleg. And I think this type of game is... Oh, this looks pretty nice. This type of game is less complex, but not necessarily by a huge margin. Alright, what's up, D? Welcome, welcome. What in the world is this? This is the Famicom version of Final Fight 3. What does it look like? But yeah, like, long story short, this type of game, like, well-established developers of licensed NES games were not capable, in some cases, of doing this very well. So for any bootleg developer, I mean, fucking any developer making it this good on the NES, it's an impressive feat. I mean, you can even play 2 people, right? That's kind of impressive. I shudder to think what the flickering would be like, but... Alright, the iconic boss. Tall man. See how this goes. Dave kind of didn't really fight back much. Yeah, the friendly Jaxophone right there, that is Jax's friendship from MK11. If I can't just, like, endlessly punch him, I'm not sure how to approach him. Okay, I guess the lariat works. It's gonna take forever, but... Actually, I don't even know what the damage is like. Oh, okay. This does the same damage as, like, a regular punch, so that's a bit shit. I can't remember grapple... Oh, wow, okay, no, it's already taking... surprisingly a lot of damage. Well, I can tank this, shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, I mean, the game... Wow, he even has his, like, death animation. That's impressive. Wow, they even, like, added characters to the background. Straight out of fucking KOF 96, it looks like. They look like the way she's, like, going with her arm looks a lot like one of the schoolgirls on, like, Athena's stage or whatever in KOF 96. So that's a neat addition. The original game has no people in the background. It's funny, when I posted a tweet about one of the earlier streams, I posted the box art for the PC ports of the original Final Fight. And the cover art from the US Gold Final Fight has, like, I guess it's supposed to be Cody, but it's got black hair. He's, like, standing inside a subway car, and... like, he's in the center, and then in the foreground you see, like, the backs of a couple of gang members. And then in the background, there's, like, you know, some scared civilians, I don't know, onlookers. And I tweeted that, and someone, like, replied to my tweet, Japanese person, like, wow, like, this is the first time I'm seeing, like, other people, like, in Final Fight. Like, like, based on the game, I guess I assume there's, like, literally the only people out on the street are the gangs. And I was like, oh yeah, well, you know, this is an overseas computer port, so I don't think, like, this isn't official, this doesn't exactly count, so that might still be the case. And here's the second example we have, like, non-official source for Metro City having non-gang members on the street. I mean, I don't know about the bus driver. Maybe he's of the, you know, part of the Skull Cross gang. I guess we'll never know. We don't get to see who drives, right? I think all the music is from Mighty Final Fight. I don't remember all of the tracks, but all the ones I've recognized so far have been from there, and that's been most of them. Yeah, the use of color is not bad at all. Like, there's some, like, color blocks that, like, stand out a little bit, but it's like, pretty... It's, like, not egregious, you know? It still manages to have a nice... Like, it's a small price to pay for the level of detail and amount of variety. Not just in colors, but, like, in... Like, the backgrounds aren't even that repetitive. And they don't overstay their welcome. They wisely, like... They could have easily, I think, like, cut down... Oh yeah, that girl's definitely from KOF 96 on the right. But her animation is different, because she kind of goes like this, like back and forth in KOF. But you can kind of tell that's where she's from. Whoa, okay, this is new. Tails? Just, alright. shooting out of the ground. Okay, this is sure is something. All right, let's eat an apple. Do some iframes. Oh, maybe I should use mine. Okay, well, no iframes on that, I guess. So the pail, like, exploded. I guess we're done with that now. Finally, stage hazards, right. Delivering on the promise of the final stage of Double Dragon. We have advanced stage hazard technology. Beef. Wow, okay. Did I not take damage from that, or was I just, like, still getting healed from the beef? Yeah, I guess I must have been, because it definitely dealt damage there. What's even the deal with these pails hitting us? Like, I don't even understand. It just felt like they... You know, I was right in the middle of complimenting this game for, like, maintaining the original's quality pacing and, like, not having stages stretch on forever. And immediately as I started talking about that, they diverge quite a bit. We're getting one-ups here and there, at least. Yeah, Saber's too boring. Needed more of anything. Yeah, I think the only thing that would, like... I don't know, the thing that most gives this away, I feel like, as a bootleg, I mean, aside from its existence and whatever, and it doesn't, like, you can tell Capcom wouldn't release a game that looked like this, but, there's, I mean, I guess, even the entirety of it, there's just something about it that seems a little off compared to what you would expect from proper NES game. I don't know. But in terms of sheer, like, quality and playability, it's completely, like, on par, if not better, than a lot of what's out there. But specifically, I think the flickering is, like, the one thing that I think stands out as maybe... Obviously, NES games flicker. Like, that's not a weird thing. But the sheer amount of it, I think, is... I feel like most publishers of licensed games, if not Nintendo themselves, would be a little hesitant, maybe, to release a game that flickers quite this heavily. Now, I'm not playing this on real hardware, so I suppose I can't say for a fact, but at least based on my experience in this emulator, it's kind of impressive that there's at least not a bunch of slowdown. But that could just be an emulator thing, I suppose. I don't know. I'm playing this using Mednafen, which I think is supposed to have fairly, like, faithful emulation. But I guess I don't know. Oh yeah, the mechanic. I thought he was like a mummy or something, because I couldn't quite parse what his sprite was, and he, like, rose from through the roof of the... Yeah, see? Just sinks through the floor. Yeah, the bosses seem to be where the game takes, like, the biggest hit in terms of failing to recreate the original game, because they... I don't remember his teleport. Also, they don't seem to do, like, wake-up attacks or have iframes. Yeah, I knock him down, but then he kind of lands on his feet anyway. Alright, he's taking damage. He's dead, but we can still juggle him. Pretty good. Pretty cool, he, like, walks off the screen, even though it's a little weird how he did that. I like all this background animation. This is seriously impressive. Oh, hey, it's dollar. I was about to say it's May, but no, I guess it's dollar. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's cut out, obviously. But the flow of the stages, like the original Final Fight 3, if you weren't around to see it, it has like branching paths and alternate stages. And that's not a thing in this game. Like the original game has like destructible objects in the background, and in a lot of parts you have the choice of like destroying a door and going through the doorway, or in the case of round 3, we went for the bus, and in the original game you can destroy the bus stop, which makes the bus not show up, which makes you like skip that half of the level, and then you go to like a different stage 4. So this game doesn't have all of that, but every stage so far has been entirely recognizable. Every boss fight has been recognizable. Like the order and the flow of like which, you know, where stages appear, how each section looks, and where it begins and ends. I think that the enemy placements and enemy waves are probably completely kind of redone. But every stage is like, oh yeah, it's that stage. Like, it's fully recognizable. It's, I mean, it's almost more... I would say the level of faithfulness in the stages is on par or better than at least 3 or 4 of the official ports of Final Fight 1. Because some of those were, like, pretty compromised in terms of... I mean, I'm not just speaking of the Super Nintendo version missing the industrial area. But like the Amiga version is missing like the second half of the industrial area, like the elevator isn't in the game, and you don't fight Rolento. Abigail is missing from some of those versions, even though in the Amiga version, Andre Jr. is replaced with Abigail's sprite. So he's called Andre Jr., but he looks like Abigail. And then when you get to the Abigail fight, you just fight a few extra waves of Andres and Andre Juniors, and that's it. It's a little strange. You had, like, in the mobile phone version, a lot of the backgrounds are simplified, and you don't get as many of them. Yeah, that's not very cool on this. So, in the second stage, when Andre, like, ambushes you... Oh, this, I guess, is where you could have gone up. Maybe. Carl said something about the ladder. I don't know if he meant these steps. Well, in the original game, not in this one. Yeah, in stage 2 of Final Fight, you start in the street or in this alley, and then you go into this, like, bar. And as you leave the bar, you go through a doorway, and Andre attacks you, and he throws you into this, like, fighting ring where you fight the Andre family elders. Uncle, father, and grandfather Andre. And that has its own background in the original game, of course. Well, speaking of Andre, there he is.
Superb.
Busted Spanner. Thank you for the follow. Oh, alright. Whoa, you're fighting this guy. Okay, this is different. So we're not fighting the captain, we're fighting the factory boss, and he has, like, fucking no health? Okay, that was a lot easier. I don't know, it looked like there were 2 of him, and he, like, exploded. That was very strange. This boss was very difficult in the Super Nintendo version. Anyway, sorry, so in the original Final Fight, when you fight the Andres in this, like, arena, in the mobile phone version of Final Fight, there was, that section was in there. The actual cinematic of you getting kidnapped and brought into it was missing, and that was cut from a lot of the versions. But then when you get to Sodom,
Well done.
you were fighting him in that same little arena too. Damn it, Joe. That's something 2 words that I fought a lot playing the other version, because we're fighting an enemy called Joe, who's super annoying, but we'll see if he shows up. We keep getting new enemies here. That's kind of what I mean, like, the distribution of enemies is a little strange. Like, Hunter shows up fairly late in the game, but I think he shows up on stage 4? Maybe not. But Andre definitely shows up sooner, normally. I would be impressed if every single enemy type is in this game, but we haven't seen Fritz, and we haven't seen Joe, and those are, like, I don't know. Those are two good enemies, two reasonable enemies to cut, I guess. What's your tag? Yeah. Most people have, you know, thought to say the words "damn it, Joe" at some point in their lives. Seems reasonable. But beyond that, like the arena being doubled, I think even the restaurant itself, the bar, was like completely missing in the mobile Final Fight 2. Like every stage had like two backgrounds. So like the first stage seemed like it was pretty faithful because you get the street background and then you get the underground section and then you got a little bit of street again. But then on stage 2, like I don't think the bar was even there, so you go to like street or like alley, arena, and then alley again. Like it was kind of weird. Oh, well, there's Fritz. Okay, that was pretty sick. He doesn't die in one hit. Instead, you punch him a bunch, and then his fucking upper body explodes. They definitely had some original ideas for this version. Pretty cool. I figured Fritz would probably be missing, because, like, throwing grenades is a bit dodgy. But I guess he doesn't throw grenades. He just punches me with a grenade. And then his upper body just explodes. That is... Yo, that's sick. This is like surprisingly kind of sick. Who would have thought? I wonder if the explosion hit me or... Oh, holy shit, that Andre combo. He chest bumped me like back and forth and punched me 1 or 2 times in between. This shit is crazy. Alright, 5-2. Making good progress, though. The scale of the backgrounds obviously like doesn't match the characters at all. Which is like very obvious if you know what the original looks like. We've seen some doorways that were like ridiculously, impossibly tall. But it still kind of works. Like, you see this little control switch? Like, it doesn't seem weirdly... I mean, it's maybe a little higher up than you might expect, but it's not like placed so high on the wall that the characters don't seem like they could reach it. We're not seeing that many, like, doorways and cars or something like that that just seem egregiously out of scale, that it draws attention to itself. So it's like pretty good, all things considered. Because that's a very common thing when you see games like this. Not even like bootlegs, just like ports. Like Master System or NES versions of games where they kind of repurpose art. Because, you know, the background is the background. That doesn't really... Like, the scale of the background can be largely the same. It's not going to be more expensive to represent the same... You know, scaling down background art assets kind of makes it more expensive in a way, because then you suddenly... It basically means zooming out, so you see more of the background. So then you need more different kind of art. Whereas... the characters, obviously, the smaller they are, the easier they are to render. So it's pretty common to see backgrounds that sort of remain the same, but the characters are a lot smaller. And that's exactly what's going on here. But like I said, I still think it works out pretty decently. It doesn't... I'm gonna guess that many of you guys probably didn't even notice or think about it until I mentioned it. I saw some stuff that looked a little goofy, but, like, nothing that sort of takes you out of it, which is the most important thing. And like, yeah, this railing, maybe a little high, because Hagar's like extremely tall. But, you know, doesn't seem too crazy. Bit cheap, that's fine. I haven't died much, so I have no idea if this game has like continues or how that works, but I know I've died once. I feel like I must have died more because I picked up like 3 1-ups, but I can barely remember dying. Well, we definitely died on Paul Man. Oh, see, here's another 1-up. And I died just previously in this stage. Well, the game seems pretty easy. Like, the physics of the fighting is a bit odd, so, like, we kind of brute force the most stuff, but then eventually, you know, every now and then, you end up in that weird Andre death loop and shit. Yeah, this is definitely very impressive for a bootleg, and I think very decent for an NES beat-em-up. Like, talking about the flickering, I would say, I guess, the second Kunio, like the medieval Kunio beat-em-up, it's a good sign in the back. Oh, okay, so we're fighting this guy here. Yep, see, we're getting juggled by Andre here. So this boss is on a different stage. The guy that we fought on the top of the train is usually the guy you fight here. And Wong, this guy is on a stage that was not in this version of the game. Alright. Okay. Sick juggles. Alright, just get rid of this fucking hunter. He's the guy who's killing me. Wow, he actually did the flip. Oh. Lose a hunter, gain $1. Get comboed. Okay, we'll actually even do this on... Well, I guess maybe we'll find out what the continued situation is like. I feel like the whole concept of having like a life bar with a different color that eventually starts draining once you're like down to that amount of life. It doesn't work super well when the actual life bar, the visible life bar length is so short relative to their total health. And also that it doesn't change color. Like it looks like you're making 0 progress until you're down to like the final 10%. So enemy or like boss health is a bit crazy. Stray had like, he died in like 10 hits. And some of these other bosses just have insane amounts of health. Oh, there we go. See, like by the time you get to the visible health bar, the fight is pretty much over. Alright, final stage. I have no idea. What the, Okay. Wait, so here's the bus stop area, I guess. Or there's a bus stop. Here, at least. Okay, so we're diverging a bit here, but that's for sure. Yeah, I'm sure like they could not have recolored the boss life bars in the same way, but I feel like if that's a limitation that they have, the ideal would have been to come up with a different solution, like multiple life bars or something. I mean, even some versions of I mean, even the Super Nintendo version of this, it's not as egregious as this game, but it's not as good as Final Fight 1 in like changing the life bar colors to give you some like visible measure of progress towards you know, actually being able to defeat them. But yeah, this stage being here, this is like the first kind of biggest departure in terms of stage order. Otherwise, it seems pretty correct and straightforward. I don't remember. Yeah, stage 6, yeah, it begins with that. Yeah, you go up that little staircase, that's right. And it's got that like nighttime background. But this is like stage 3, I think. So even though even the previous stages have been sort of like faithful and accurate, certainly stuff has been missing. But at least every area has felt like recognizable and mostly been in the right order. But yeah, as impressive as this is, like it's definitely getting a little long in the tooth. Like combat isn't super engaging, you know? And I have a feeling the characters are probably fairly similar to one another. Although I will say, if Lucia has her like flying kick, and you can like juggle and like hit with anything at any time, I wonder if you can do like crazy shit with that. Oh yeah, there's no like super meter in this version either, by the way. Just kind of realized. Nor are there rear grabs. But all that stuff you wouldn't really expect. Alright, we're getting more one-ups. I mean, like I would say, you know, any kind of 8-bit port of a game like this, I would expect the moveset to be kind of simplified. So, and the original game has like a fairly impressive, like expansive moveset for each character. So that makes it all the more unlikely that it would be intact. Albardo, thank you for that follow. Yeah, the grappling overall, like it's kind of, you seem to do the throw automatically. I'm not sure if that's exactly the case, but okay, you can do the headbutts. But the pose when you grab them is like the first frame of the headbutt animation, so he's like already leaning back. It looks really strange. And then if you like, yeah, maybe it's. Yeah, pressing jump just definitely lets go. Yeah, that happens a lot. He does the throw animation. Even when the enemy's already fallen down. Boom. I didn't notice that before. It actually says boom as the enemy name or like item name. That is kind of hilarious. Whoa. Now we're having multiple enemy spawns, just wave after wave without scrolling, and then whenever it does scroll, the next screen looks identical to the previous one. That is the curse of bad console beat 'em ups. Wow, okay, he's okay. We're fighting him here already. I guess, yeah, the end of this hallway would be where the helicopter shows up in the original. Well, if he's not gonna fight back, we might be able to do this. As usual, it's like the enemies spawning that are kind of the bigger threat. Oh, wow. Kratos actually does throw grenades. I thought for sure he wouldn't. Andre is a bit of a problem. Whoa, did he just shoot a fucking Kaiser wave? Think he did? Starting to juggle. Alright, we just swap places here. If I get like a solid loop here without getting comboed, we might have a shot. Okay, I just did. Whoop. Oh no, lariats. Yeah, he's got like an impressive amount of his animations intact, even though his moveset seems a little altered. I was thinking if I could punch slower to not knock him down, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Feels like damage is kind of... Given that the running lariat does the same damage as a jab... Oh wow, okay, he's taking damage. I wonder if like every single attack does the same damage in this game. Kinda wouldn't surprise me. He just fell, like, yeah, I guess that's the way he falls over, like, forward after getting knocked into the electrical thing, fuse box. Well, there we have it. Funny that the final stage was, like, made shorter when that was, like, so long in the original. Editing Shabble, that's the job for Mayor Hager. Art for this looks awesome. Like, this doesn't really look very compromised at all. Okay, the close-ups maybe a little bit, but... Don't forget your own favor. Always have a home in Metro City. Thanks. Yeah, all things considered, not bad at all, but also a little tedious. I mean, it certainly doesn't compare very favorably to the original, but I think that's to be expected. We didn't explore the other characters, but frankly, I can't imagine it playing... That's a good demo. Yeah, there's her flying kick. Yeah, she's just going nuts. I can't imagine them being that, like, with the level of sophistication to the combat in this game, or lack thereof, there's not that much room for them to play, like, super differently. Yeah, that's a good thank. Well, we've been going for a while, and I think what we're gonna do is we're not gonna end the stream. We are going to continue, but more than likely this will be kind of similar to what we did with Final Fight 1, where we're gonna start the next game, but we're probably not gonna exhaust it, so we will probably keep playing that next time. Either way, the next game is going to be Final Fight Revenge, the 1999 arcade game ported to Saturn. Now, this is a good, actually, it's a good thing that this is how it's kind of turning out, because this is giving us the opportunity to kind of try it out and test it a little bit, because I have not been doing extensive testing. I booted it up and it seemed to work. I have a version of MAME that runs the game, but it doesn't run the arcade version very well. Not well enough that I would want to play it, at least. So I have the Saturn version, which seems to be emulated okay, but there could be problems anywhere at any time. And I would feel bad about starting off a stream saying, today we're going to play this game, and then it turns out it just, like, runs like shit. If it happens at the end of this stream, like, I'm more okay with that. But we'll try that out, and hopefully we won't have too much of an issue playing Final Fight Revenge. That's quite the Dean sprite there. So I'm gonna take a break, a long overdue break. I haven't taken a break in like 4 hours. Holy shit. When I return, Final Fight Revenge. See you guys in just a little bit. Music's pretty fucking good, isn't it? Getting my cables sorted here to hook up my arcade stick so we can get started on Final Fight Revenge. We'll just keep these jams rocking while I set this up. Rid of my bootleg Super Nintendo controller. Just toss it over here, I guess. And why don't we get the information here set up? Game number 19. Volume levels are all over the place, but that's fine. Final Fight Revenge. Do I have box art for this? We'll just stick to Saturn art here. I guess that's the version we'll be playing anyway. Violent Storm Rising. Indeed. This was not on the Famicom, nor was it developed by Hummer Team. This was on the SEGA Saturn. Originally on arcade, of course, but we are not really able to play that version, unfortunately, so we will stick to the Saturn version. This was an STV game, so I would assume that the Saturn port is largely faithful. Either way, it is what we have available to us. And the Saturn version was released in 2000. So I guess we'll put that date on there. Capcom Studio 8, of course, the American development team, who I suppose more famously made Final Fight Streetwise, which we are going to check out eventually. I believe they also made the Maximo games, and, well, Final Fight Revenge. Yeah, the art for this is kind of weird. I believe it was made by one of the Japanese Capcom artists, but it's kind of whack looking compared to a lot of the like 90s, you know, Street Fighter, Marvel, Capcom vs. SNK, whatever. And I believe that some of the art from this was repurposed in Final Fight 1. If you recall, in Final Fight 1 on the GBA, there's these like boss portraits for these dialogue scenes before the boss fights. And they took a couple of them straight from Street Fighter 03, so they don't fit in at all. And then some of them were like super whack and goofy. And some of those, I believe, were kind of adapted from the character portraits in this game. Kind of weird. Let's see. Okay, so how do I do this? I guess we do this. All right. DJ Beats, hello, hello. All right, let's wrap up those jams and see if we can get this game working. All right, looking good. I have very, very limited experience with Saturn emulation, but from the about 2 minutes of testing I did on this previously, it seemed to work, so fingers crossed.
Final Fight Revenge!
Music's already not super impressive, but not the first time. Music's not been, I would say, the one area that's been like consistently high quality in all these various Final Fight games and ports. Not that it was immediately terrible or anything. We'll see.
Ready? Fight!
All right, let's set up some controls.
Sweet.
There we go. Yeah, this game was released only in Japan. This was, of course, again, developed in North America, but it was only released in Japan. And 2000 is incredibly late for a Saturn release. We talked about this on the last stream, how I don't remember. Yeah, it was in the context of Mighty Final Fight, right? Because Mighty Final Fight was a Famicom NES release in 1993, several years after the launch of the Super Nintendo. And that prompted me to kind of rant a little bit on this, what I consider to be kind of a misconception, that a console game being released after, even years sometimes, the release of the kind of subsequent generation console. Like, people consider that to be, this is the best Super, by the way, of all time. People consider that to be some unusual thing, or that, like, as soon as, like, any NES game released after the Super NES would be considered like a late NES game. But I don't think that's true, because like, there's a lot of classic NES games that are released in the early 90s. Nothing weird about that. But there are some examples of console generational transitions where there was much less of that overlap than, like, normal. And I think with Sega, with the transition from Saturn to Dreamcast, obviously the Saturn had not been successful at all in the West. But it was in Japan. I mean, the Saturn was far more popular than the N64. And it did well. It was, I mean, Saturn was by far the Sega console that did the best in Japan. But even so, like, in all regions, like, when the Saturn, or when the Dreamcast was kind of getting ready to launch, the support for the Saturn, like, dried up pretty damn quickly. I mean, especially, obviously, the first party support, but even, like, all kinds of support. There weren't that many Saturn games coming out. Again, in the West, I think releases dried up well before the Dreamcast came out. But in Japan, the Dreamcast was released in 1998, late 1998. So for this to have come out more than a full year later, I've heard said that this was the very last release for the Saturn. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but if it wasn't the very last one, it was definitely among the very last ones. And as such, this must have been printed, you know, in a very small print run, I would have to imagine. It's only seen light of day because of the STV. Yeah. Yes, this was indeed the same year as
The Bouncer.
This might even have been after The Bouncer, because The Bouncer was a launch title in March of 2000 in Japan. Actually, I'm not sure if Bouncer was the launch title in Japan. But the PS2 launched in March 2000.
Final Fight Revenge.
And either way, yeah. And I think not only, you know, what you're saying, Raccoon, is probably accurate, and I think the requirement for the memory expansion is probably related to that as well. Like, obviously there are STV games that don't require the memory expansion, but the STV, any games, I guess, made later on, at least, I don't know, like, it wouldn't surprise me if, like, to make the Saturn more equivalent to whatever specifics of the hardware this was made for, you probably needed the extra RAM. So even though you could have a game looking like this run without the RAM, it would probably have involved more effort in porting it. So it's another very high quality Super. So the requirement for the RAM card, I would assume, has more to do with ease of porting than, you know, this version of this game specifically doing anything that would really require it. Having said that, I think anyone who is in the market to buy Final Fight Revenge in 2000 we're pretty likely to own the RAM card because it was required by several Capcom fighting games previously. Running Wild redeemed Draw this game. You know, it's funny. I've been kind of expecting and waiting for that to be redeemed throughout this entire marathon. I guess it figures that like even ZX Spectrum Final Fight wasn't quite dank enough for people to be excited to redeem that, but Final Fight Revenge, here we are. Thank you very much for that redemption, Running Wild. I'll add it to the queue. I got my work cut out for me catching up on that request queue. I did finish the Dead Rising piece eventually, but there's a good bunch of games that I need to draw. I started on the Blandia art like yesterday, but I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I got some work to do. Missed Final Fights, either this or Streetwise. Well, I'm glad. Well, I shouldn't speak too soon, but I guess I was, you know, I'm happy to draw this game. I'll leave it at that. Dude, my nose is so fucking itchy. It's this Macaw's bad influence. His itchy nose is contagious, I guess. I think this is the only format game, 3D game that uses the format card. Yeah, I couldn't think of any other. I guess I'm no expert, but I think for sure most of what I associate with the RAM cartridges are the like Capcom arcade ports. I know SNK, a few SNK games. I mean, KOF 95 had the ROM cart, which is kind of a weird thing, where like part of the game is stored on the cartridge to like load faster or whatever. But most of the later SNK games used a different 1 meg RAM cartridge, but the 4 meg cartridge is compatible with all of those. And I don't know if any of the like Cave or Psycho games or anything like that, but yeah, mostly I would associate it with like 2D arcade games that have a lot of sprite data that needs to like fit in memory more so than 3D games. So this might be the only one, but I guess I wouldn't really know. Anyway, let's. I'm gonna pull up game FAQs here, and okay, let me try that again. Got a move list there, and we'll have that on hand. It's like a very tediously designed move list. I have to scroll a lot, but we have the moves there at least. I looked real quick in this guide earlier today to see if there was any like gameplay systems that I really need to know about, and there may be. The game doesn't really this guide doesn't make it super clear if there are or aren't, but we'll try our best. And I think actually what we'll do is I'll have this guide on hand, and I will kind of mostly mash buttons and fuck around, kind of similar to what I would do on a fighting game viewer's choice stream. But provided that the game works well enough, which it seems to do, we're going to come back to this next time, and I'll try in the interim to do a little more studying, so I can do a more educated Final Fight Revenge stream next time, maybe. But we will, we'll try our best to at least have some fun, if nothing else. And I think that shouldn't be a problem.
Final Fight Revenge.
All right, let's try default difficulty and see how that goes. 3 rounds, turbo 2, no turbo. Okay, it's default to the fastest speed. Autogar, sure. So yeah, the button config I think is right. So it's a 4-button game, you know, more or less. We've got light and heavy punch, light and heavy kick, SA, which I think the guide called SP for special, and then you have Chohatsu, which means taunt. Yeah, no training mode. It's always a good sign. I can't even say that training modes weren't a given in like the Saturn era, which that's true, but 2000 isn't the Saturn era. 2000 is the year Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and Capcom vs. SNK came out. And yeah, there had been training modes before this too, for sure. But you know, if you look at Alpha 1, for example, the first Darkstalkers, like those probably don't have training modes. And if they do, they're probably extremely bare bones. But yeah, I think it speaks more to, like, you know, again, this port would have been probably a reasonably simple port technically for um you know, because it's on STV, you could probably, it probably didn't require that much engineering to get this to run on the Saturn, but they probably would not spend any more extra resources than necessary, you know, to get it up and running, which, you know, obviously a training mode would most certainly require a bunch of extra effort and resources, more importantly. So yeah, arcade mode it is. All right, we got some low frame rate. So I wonder if these characters, are they like 2D sprites or something? Because it'd be kind of impressive for the game to load the 3D models this quickly, but I guess maybe if they're very limited in animation, it's possible. I don't know. Oh yeah, I mean, the fact that they bothered is the big surprise, that's for sure. But having bothered to port it, like, it's they didn't do much more than that. So I guess Abigail isn't in this, huh? I thought he was. I like this Eddie E portrait, but a lot of these other ones are kind of strange looking. I feel like this Andre portrait was like kind of like I said, I'm not seeing any one portrait specifically that I can say, oh yeah, I remember this, seeing this in Final Fight 1. But some of them kind of stylistically seem a little bit like that. So not in the shading and everything, but like they would trace this maybe. I don't know. And yeah, so I guess Belger is like the final boss, right? So aside from him, we have the, you know, stage 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh wait, hang on. Which stage is which? Yeah, stage 4, because Bayer is stage 5, and that boss is missing. But the stage 1, 2, 3, and 4 bosses are in this game. And then for the regular bugs, you got Andre, Elgato, and Poison. Technically, Hugo is part. I think Hugo is like established to be part of the Andre family, but Andre in Final Fight and Hugo in Street Fighter are technically two different characters. That can possibly have changed at some point, but I believe that according to the resource book all about Capcom versus Fighting Games 1987 to 2000, Hugo and Andre are listed as separate characters. Yeah, I think that's the case. But the Andre clan runs deep, you know. Anyway, I think we're gonna start with Cody because he's first here and he's like the only character whose moves I had time to read ahead of time. Or maybe we'll mash some buttons and try things out. You can see there was some kind of animation where the versus screen icon stuff collided, and it just skipped it and immediately went into load screen. Which looks pretty jank. Like integrating, like making things look nice with the load times is not something they seem to put that much effort into. It's just like, fuck it, here's a black load screen. Alright, let's get a backdrop. The character models look pretty good though. That's like the red move, I think. That's sick. I love how they use like the scaling, like the body parts like get bigger. Okay, the special move button does like a sidestep. Oh yeah, this is the weird custom combo super. I looked up his move list and then I promptly forgot all about it, apparently.
Ready? Fight!
Oh yeah. It's,
Sweet.
oh yeah, that's his overhead. Not sure if there's like a chain combo. Judo punch. Weak punch plus heavy punch plus special. Okay, yeah, it's got like a parry. Seems like it would be hard to use against the computer. Yeah. It bothers me that his like Blanca ball attack is so hard to punish. But yeah, I think you get like a special KO animation if you win with that move. The hitbox. Okay, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if his little whistling notes were the hitbox or what.
Cody wins. Yeah.
Good face.
Ready? Fight.
Yeah, and when you see the little arrow, that means you're in range to pick up the weapon. I think it's like what, both punches to toggle? No, both weak. Both heavies. There's like a button combination to cycle inventory items.
Sweet.
I'm not sure if there's
Strike fist.
super cancel.
Strike fist.
Doesn't seem like it.
Strike fist. Strike fist. Strike fist. Strike fist.
Okay, that combos at least. Dude, okay, I was in the middle of sidestepping.
Yay! Strike fist. Strike fist.
There we go.
Strike fist. Strike fist. Strike fist. Strike fist.
Okay.
Sweet.
Punish me, alright. Alright, we're getting the hang of how this game plays. Alright, it's in character for him to laugh, but doesn't really sound like damn, does it? Oh, go back to character select, that's annoying. Alright, kick color. Alright, we got evil Cody, but the portrait art actually changed color. That's like, mwah, that's always commendable. I love to see that shit.
Come on. Ready?
Oh, he changed color too. Huh? Wait, was that it's like real color that we just saw?
Strike fist.
It feels like weirdly difficult to like. Feels like you'll never land more than like single hits.
Strike fist.
Like spacing is weird, like because of the 3D level, and you have like this disjointed background. It's so hard to get a sense for like the actual physical spatial relationship between the characters. Oh, okay, that's just a knife normal. So Cody gets like different normals with the knife. Like, why is he like fucking best zoner?
Cody wins. Yeah. Ready? Fight.
Oh yeah, he does have like some sort of flash kick or something, doesn't he? Yeah, there we go. Alright, that was pretty cool. Alright, sick jump in.
Strike fist. Sweet.
Okay. What's going on with the hitbox? It's more effective that way.
Strike this. Sweet. Strike this. Strike this. You're already dead.
Oh yeah, right.
Cody wins.
There we go. There's a special KO.
You're already dead.
I don't know, the game is like more weird than bad. It's just like in a lot of ways I feel like it feels surprisingly competent. I'm sure like looking at it more closely, it isn't. But I don't know. Feels like you can't combo more than like just single hits into anything. Not that you need to have like heavy combos or like heavy emphasis on combos for it to be good, but like this feels like, you know, clunky or kind of limited compared to like Street Fighter 2. And that like stuff just knocks people away. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I'm not exactly an expert at it, so. The whole weapon stuff is also pretty damn goofy. Yeah, I know. There's a few characters who have like custom combo supers, but I'm talking more about like the core gameplay systems. All right, it's got the Android choke.
Somersault.
That was a great super. Kid has got a gun. Like the individual hits don't feel like super satisfying either, I suppose. Ah, hit him with the overhead.
Cody wins. Jessica.
It's pretty good. But yeah, like I feel like it's the 3D environment that you're kind of moving in is like, I don't know, I'm struggling a little bit with like even having all these like items on the ground. It's still like on the whole, I mean, it's like zooming around and shit. Like, it's just hard to have the camera starts moving around and you kind of don't understand where things are in relation to each other. It makes it really hard to get a good feel for your positioning. All right, handcuffs.
Strike this.
Move.
Super hard to get the super to come out. Kind of like a crouching medium. Okay. It's like a 4-button game. It's like SVC Chaos or something. You have like down forward to do crouching mediums.
Ready? Fight!
Bit peculiar. This music, man. I'm not sure why hitting with the knife like makes them drop orbs. Fisherman suplex. You'd think his throw would be his throw from Final Fight, but that would be boring, I guess. Are those headbutts, bites, or you know, I would say kisses, but I think if she did kiss me, I think the game would make that unambiguously clear.
Strike this.
All right. And combo into that.
Strike this.
You're already dead.
Cody wins.
Can never like land the super to actually do. I mean, I guess we got to see it once at least.
Yes.
Come on. Ready? Fight.
Is that a Andre statue back there? I'm just like not even looking at the fight. All right, we got some slowdowns. I like this got the fucking scorpion stance. Alright, we got a bomb. Did like 2 pixels of damage. Oh, okay, we got a whole bunch of them. There's a little ammo count above my head when I toss them. That's the last one. That's pretty sick. I was gonna say, I kind of want to get hit just to see it. So surely that's a punish at least.
You're already dead.
Cody wins.
I feel like I can only land that super as a punish. It's not that it's slow, it's just like I can't combo into it. Like even trying to do like a close fierce into the super, like I just.
Yes.
Did he fucking drop a? No, okay. It's like, did he drop a banana peel? No, he dropped a scorpion. I've got a burning knife. Well, I had for about a second.
Somersault.
That chip? I feel like it should. Oh, it's getting thrown? Okay, that's pretty sick.
Strike this.
Oh no. It's outsoning me. Whoa, okay. Throw escape. Dude, I'm mashing so hard to get the super to come out.
Strike this.
And again. Okay, I got pretty lucky there, even though I fucked up the punish like 2 or 3 times. I knew that when I jumped and he did the super, I pretty much got free reign once I landed. So I was like, all right, let me just land and do my super. And I just couldn't get it to come out.
Breathe. Come on.
Breathe.
Ready? Fight. Strike this. Strike this.
Bang, bang. That's the best thing in this game.
Strike this.
Well, the best thing is his super when it turns into a fucking toy cop car.
Strike this. Strike this. Somersault. KO. Cody wins.
Characters don't have their own stages. It appears that way, doesn't it?
Ready? Fight.
Classic Final Fight battle here. I press the button. Oh no, I have to escape. I love that shit. It's so fucking stupid. Like not just the way it looks, but just like conceptually, mechanically, it's so weird. Breeze gun. Okay, dude, the chip damage on that was not bad.
Strike this.
Custom combos were like, you move really super fast.
Jessica.
Doesn't seem super easy to connect stuff. Then granted, I was never able to make any good use of any custom combo mode in any game that had it, so. Yeah, the music is like laid back even compared to something like Final Fight 2. Oh, okay, so this definitely seems like a Rolento stage at least. This is like a Street Fighter Alpha 3 stage. What? Am I out of ammo or something? Oh, I am. Okay. I have to actually manually toss it. It's kind of funny too. Like Rolento's like one of the few characters in this game who's like just in Street Fighter. So I guess they just, to some degree at least, just took moves straight from there. Like the wire super definitely is from Street Fighter. Okay, which side was that on? Rolento doesn't exactly seem like the same character as in the Street Fighter game. He's not quite as expressive as is, you know, no one in this game. But he's, you know, pretty cool. He's got that, his stance and everything. Like, they clearly had a good template to draw on compared to, you know, the characters that they kind of had to invent wholesale. But again, like, some of it is a little goofy, but a lot of it is, like, pretty cool and, like, well executed relative to what I would have expected.
Somersault.
Just a bun, but not in time to commit to something that he could punish, so that worked out.
Ready? Fight!
And like, I can understand the idea of like, all right, how do we incorporate something Final Fight specific? Like, all right, let's have weapons you can pick up, but it's done in such a weird way with like so much of it being like firearms and explosives. But even then,
You're already dead.
weapons is like such a small part of Final Fight's, you know, kind of identity. If there were knives and a pipe and a sword, all right, cool, fine. But as we just kind of discussed, oh, I guess it's a Hagar statue. Like even in Final Fight 2 and 3, there are barely any weapons in the games. And I think it makes more sense to kind of, you know, Cody's, the knife is his specialty. And like in, that's pretty cool. There we go, the Final Fight crap. So in Street Fighter games, he uses his knife. And in Street Fighter 5, he can use the pipe too. And Hagar in Marvel 3 has like the pipe stuff too. I think they could have just as easily done that here too, because it's like, it's not like Andre famously uses the sword or whatever. I think what they should have done is like, if they wanted to incorporate something like to set this apart from Street Fighter, or to like give it a Final Fight flavor to it, I think they should have had the combo throws. Okay, I think he accidentally put me in Blockstone before. Air pile driver, that's pretty sick. I'm getting like air thrown by everyone and everyone. There's a weird humor to this game that is kind of inexplicable. Just like appreciable, you know, in all its absurdity, but it's also, it is fully absurd. No, wait, what? I blocked. I don't know how that shit works. I blocked it once or twice, nothing happened. Then the third time I block it, he gets a fucking Wheel of Fortune. But anyway, yeah, like being able to like, and they have again like the Final Fight, most Final Fight characters in Street Fighter games or CVS or what have you, like they usually have something to kind of, you know, they might have a combo that replicates their Final Fight combo as like a target combo or something like that. I think they could have looked to make something like that more of a
Strike this.
like either
Strike this.
have like a system or like a system mechanic that, you know, with chain combos or something, which obviously would not have been groundbreaking in 2000. Almost surprising that it doesn't have something like that. You think by then that would be pretty rare to see like a 2D fighter. I mean, this is mostly 2D. All right, Zombie Belger.
Fight.
You know, in 2000 to have a 2D fighter with nothing like that. All right, okay, I guess we severed his head.
Strike this.
All right, very, very intimidating final boss.
Yeah.
So like have chain combos and have like a system for comboing into throws, or have like a you know, maybe even a Dream Factory style like convoluted grappling system where you could like go into a grapple and from there have different moves. I think there's more stuff like that you can do. Did he just bite me with no head?
Strike this.
That's pretty good. But yeah, I mean, they're just fully taking the piss with this, right? You know, it's just a little bit too early. That looks pretty awesome, though. Like, again, they have these animations where the characters like scale up and stuff. He has like stretchy arms. They look awesome. Oh shit! That did not. Well, okay. I was gonna say that didn't do a lot of damage, but then it did. And I got fucking re-dizzied. Holy shit! Okay. I shouldn't have made light of him, I guess.
Ready? Fight.
Yeah, like why is his headstone right there? That seems a little strange.
Strike this.
Seems a bit strange, is I guess what they were going for anyway. He probably is invincible when he gets back there. It seemed like an attack just went right through him.
Strike this.
I don't think I've barely ever landed that combo move.
Strike this.
Yeah, the stages are pretty alright, and I actually think, even though I'm not a big fan of these, like, Tekken style, you have a flat floor and a background with like a 2D layer. They do have like parallax, like multiple layers and stuff, so they look pretty nice for being those kinds of stages. The triumphant in his battle with Belger, Cody remains heartbroken over his missing love, Jessica. Suddenly, from out of the darkness of the graveyard, lights appear.
On the ground, dirtbag.
What the? Jessica! Would our hero ever see his true love again?
Game over.
Alright, that's quite the ending. I guess they were looking to explain how Cody went to jail, even though... or to prison, I should say.
Final Fight Revenge.
This game doesn't seem that concerned with, like, sticking to the lore with, like, fucking zombie Belger. It's so funny because, like, on the one hand, I think there's, like, enough of this game is competent enough
Ready? Fight.
that I would not have guessed, maybe, that this game was made in America. Like, if you told me that this was made by Capcom in Japan, sure, I would say it's a weird outlier and probably one of their weaker games. You know, for For 2000, you would expect more of them. And not that it would be a fair comparison, but you could go back to something like Star Gladiator and say, you know, that was kind of janky and weird, and this feels more competent than that. But it's still, like, you know, again, like, not a super fair comparison. But, like, enough of how the game looks and feels and runs. Like I said, the character models, they're not as expressive as, like, the rival schools character models, maybe. But I don't know, the game runs smooth. The animation is like the animation is far from great, but I think, you know, not like, you know, not weirdly bad from what you would expect from a game with these types of graphics from this point in time. You know, I think it would be, I don't think any of the, like, rival schools or Star Gladiator games or anything like that are nearly as nicely animated as their 2D games. So, you know, it's kind of on par, I guess. It's like decent. The animation isn't impressive, but it's not, you know, weirdly awful or anything. But, so, you know, the art and the way the characters look, the way they animate and move, if we, you know, disregard some of the bizarre, goofy supers and shit, at first blush, you know, you could look at this game and see and feel that it's, you know, oh shit, it's Final Fight. It's these characters. They have these, like, chunky Capcom-like look. So there's, like, parts of this game that feel very faithful. But then you have, you know, the humor and stuff like this, which is really strange. Even the art, which is funny too, because the 2D art, I think, was done in Japan, but I could be wrong about that. It just feels a little off, you know? I mean, Zombie Belger is kind of maybe the easiest thing to point to and say, what the fuck? And not to say you shouldn't do that, but yeah, the writing of the ending, the dialogue stuff, like, it's... There's a goofiness factor that seems so bizarre when you consider, like, how pretty Final Fight was. Like, for its time, Final Fight was, like, having an urban kind of modern day setting in general wasn't, like, super common. And to see it treated, you know, I mean, it's a bit over the top, obviously. It's not exactly a, you know, true crime documentary or anything, but it's not, like, very fantastical. You know, just enough with characters, you know, like Sodom and whatever. It's, you know, it's got that kind of pro wrestling realism sort of going for it. But it's not like a cartoon. And I think the sequels largely, I mean, Mighty Final Fight is a cartoon, and that's a very specific kind of tonal shift and a comedic riff on it. It's like a parody a little bit. But this doesn't, you know, not only would you never, well, I shouldn't say you would never, because they did, but, like, you wouldn't normally think to do, like, oh yeah, Final Fight, we're turning it into a fighting game. And also, by the way, it's all a big joke. Like, that's a weird approach to take. And I don't think, I guess, the game quite fully does that, because, again, on its surface, it's... You know, it's not a joke game on its surface. It just happens to have a lot of joke things in it around the edges, but very, very liberally distributed around those edges. And it's just so strange. Anyway, we can try other characters. Level 4 default difficulty didn't seem outrageously difficult. I mean, we beat the game. We lost a few matches early on, but that was pretty much it. Yeah, I guess this is Damned's default colors for some reason. Weird. I don't know why they made it white and red. Well, I guess we saw every character, so there's no, like, secret or, like, nothing new we can discover here. But let's try Guy, and let's try his alternate color. He has a white suit. Sick. Let me just quickly skim through his move list here. Okay, it's got throws. Right, it's got the elbow, it looks like. Down, heavy punch in midair. It's got some unique moves with sticks and swords. Special moves, shuriken, quarter circle. Alright, so that's new. Got an air shuriken. Bushin senpukyak, spin kick. Alright. Using otosh, like half circle forward kick to do the flip. Instead of quarter circle forward punch. Alright. Okay, I think got it. Okay, super shinobi. Quarter circle forward twice and kick. I guess that's his like third person shuriken throwing super. Shippu. Okay, so he's got a custom combo super as well. Yeah, I don't know. I was, fully expecting to want to like play multiple streams of this to fully explore. I mean, I guess we still want to see more of the like the supers and stuff. So I'm not saying we aren't gonna play more of this. But I'm not sure how much more there's gonna feel to explore. All right, so wait. Getting fucking destroyed round one is like a tradition here, I guess. Okay, so that has to hit to go into like the shuriken mode. I see. But the thing is too, like, do I want to commit to beating it with every character? I'm not sure. I mean, I would like to see it maybe, but I don't know how interesting it's gonna be.
Excellent.
A mad dragon, thank you for the follow. Whoa, frame drops. I'm gonna assume that's emulation. So weird, he's so high up in the air. It still works. I guess you could lower to like 1 round if you want to like speed through it. Yeah, it's got that's kind of cool. Like you do the knee bash, that's like a kick throw, and if you press punch during it, if I don't do anything, yeah, it's just like the knees, but you can like interrupt it with a punch. So that's like one little Final Fight touch they got. That's cool. I like it. Oh yeah, it's got the air shuriken. Very slow. Do I have to counter mash? Is that what that is saying?
No! Guy wins!
Oh, I guess that's my super KO animation. It's pretty neat. Pretty neat.
Ready? Fight!
Why is my range so shit? Right? I don't know. This is such a weird game. It's almost weirder when you have characters who are like a little bit like the Street Fighter versions. And all these like two-way interaction supers are so strange too.
Guy wins!
It's got this fucking MIDI elevator music in the back. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not a great game. I can see why it didn't exactly caught on. I just kind of wish there was more to it. I don't know. Oh yeah. That's kind of neat. Like he's dragging me along the ground. He's bumping me into the shit that's on the floor. Like I appreciate that. Like trying to kind of make more out of the different systems that are in the game. having such a hard time. Like, comboing into supers. I'm not convinced I've done it even once. Whoa! Okay, I thought that would...
Guy wins.
Wish there was an interview with the team. Yeah, this is definitely a game... Relative to its quality as a game, it's definitely a game that I'm very interested to learn more about its development. Like, obviously, I can't say that it's the Final Fight game that I'm the most curious about. I mean, of course, there's been a fair bit written and said about the original Final Fight, but even so, like, that would be interesting to kind of hear more. There's no, like, no limit to how much you would want to be able to know about that. This game, although, come to think of it, like, I guess I'd almost be more, like, in terms of that level of sort of morbid curiosity and, like, being able to get insight into maybe what could have been and, you know, what got left on the cutting room floor and whatever. I guess I might feel even more so about Streetwise than this. Slow-ass shuriken. I feel like I would have liked to have his command run. I guess you can run in this. Overhead flip. Smashing jab. Dude, how did I not block that? Okay, I was super scared to be chipped out there. We got the Street Fighter Alpha 2 win icons, the cherry for the light attack KO. So weird even hearing those little sound effects, like the voice clips from Street Fighter. But like everything else is so obviously like ghetto, like any part whatsoever that's like disproportionately like correct or whatever, it's a little strange. Great slide. All right. Cool throw attacks. I just want to see. I'm not sure. Did I do his punch throw before? All right. Of course, it's just that. But the explosion might hit him, but it's a weird blend of some things looking and feeling way better than you would expect, and some aspects just like not feeling nearly as good as they kind of need to.
Come on. Ready?
Still, I'm kind of... I guess in some ways this falls into the tradition of Final Fight 2, where it's like, it's not incompetent, it's just like weirdly bland. Which also kind of has the effect of finding it difficult to have too much to say about it. And you wouldn't think a game that has that shit in it could be like a game you can't say that much about. I mean, you can point out all those goofy little touches. And, you know, ultimately, I guess I'm glad the game has them, because if it weren't for them, you know, what even is there? Ah, okay. That's like completely separate from the golf swing thing. I thought it was like part of it. That helps explain my confusion from earlier. This is some like Marvel superheroes second impact jazz. But like if the game didn't have the goofiness factor, like there would be even less to talk about, you know? So, like, on a creative level, I think it's kind of unfortunate, or it's like, it's weird. You know, let's pretend the game had been played completely straight and didn't have any of the jokey weird stuff. I don't think I would play this and said like, man, I wish Eddie E had a super where he turns into a cop car and the camera shifts to a third-person perspective and you have to chase the opponent down and they start running with their hands over their head, like scared. Or, you know, oh, I wish the final boss would have been a zombie version of Belger. Like, I don't think I would have had any of those ideas. And I don't think I would have felt like that's what this game should have been. That hit in a peculiar way. But because it's so weird, like, at least it ends up in some roundabout strange way having some sort of justification for its existence. Okay. Sick, I actually comboed into the super. And I fucking whiffed all of it. Well, it worked out.
Guy wins.
So, like, I can't say that it's like that it was the right choice to make this game a goofy joke. But on some level, I'm glad that that is what happened. Or, I don't know, glad is the word. Makes the game more of a novelty than it perhaps would have been otherwise. Yeah, I'm sure I can think of many specific examples that are kind of like this, but for sure, Rempo, what you're saying is definitely true. I mean, I think that's the issue I took with Streetwise, which was made by the same studio. I'm not sure if it was the same like people, because there was a couple of years in between. Staff may have shifted. I'm not sure if it was like the same creative leads or anything. Because the thing is, like, this at least, like, you could excise the weirder aspects of this, and you'd be left with something that is a little bit misguided, perhaps, but not like, you know, that what the fuck factor. Because I think there's a lot of things you can point at in this game to say that, you know, they really tried. They really wanted this to be like... Oh, I guess okay, the heavy ones knocked down, and the light ones don't. You know, the characters looked and sound pretty good. You have like the recognizable special moves with some little twist. You know, Guy has the new shuriken and whatever. I can look at that and say that it's a bit half-assed and I would have expected more, and I'm not as impressed with the transition some of these characters have made compared to the transitions that they made to Street Fighter Zero. But I also wouldn't necessarily look at it and say like, wow, what an embarrassment, or like, wow, I can't believe they fucked this character up. Like, but then you start looking a little closer and there's some weirdness, you know? Yeah, I mean, this game is funny, mostly. Well, I was gonna say mostly in an intentional way. I'm not sure if that's entirely accurate. Dude, the stun is pretty outrageous. But there's parts that are funny that are maybe not quite funny in the way they were intended, but, you know, it's obviously a lighthearted kind of game. And yeah, I agree, I'll take that over whatever the fuck Streetwise did, you know. Streetwise has a lot of comedy in it too, actually, but it's not funny at all, and also not charming the way this kind of is. I am still very much looking forward to playing that, just to kind of seeing how I feel about that game after all these years. Although, funnily enough, I think a game like this, for the weird stuff that this game does, its kind of core faithfulness and respect for Final Fight, I think only serves to make the lack of it in Streetwise like all the more obvious and painful. Even though, as we discussed before, like it's kind of they had wanted to make something more faithful when Keiji Inafune basically said that, you know, you should make something that only you could make. Like, you shouldn't make a classic side-scrolling arcade Final Fight, because we can make that here in Japan. Like, you should make something that we couldn't make here. And I think, you know, for better or for worse, that's definitely true. The game they ended up making is not something that Capcom in Japan would ever have made. And I think, like, from a personal standpoint, both what they made and also the core conceit of, like, a Final Fight game that could only have been made in America, like, both of those things are not something I particularly want. But I can't say necessarily that Inafune was wrong to make that request. Because I do think ultimately, regardless of how it would have turned out, I think the game they ended up making, the game they marketed, probably had a better chance at like finding an audience and success than a traditional arcade. Like, no matter, even if they did like a super fucking good Final Fight sequel, releasing that on PS2 and Xbox in 2006, like, it would have been dead on arrival. I mean, we talked about it before, like, Urban Reign, super sick game, like, got shit on in reviews for being a good arcade game or whatever. So I think that was actually the right call. Which I suppose kind of means that it was maybe the wrong time to make a Final Fight game. I don't know. Even Streetwise, as much as I dislike it, for now, it's sad that that's like where the. All right. That's cool. I'll just loop that, sure. That's kind of where the Street Fight or the Final Fight series is left, but it's not like the Final Fight series will. Streetwise isn't what defines the legacy of Final Fight, because those characters, some of them anyway, have. You know, we've seen them so much in Street Fighter and Marvel vs. Capcom and all this other things. Like, Streetwise isn't what anyone thinks of. Like, that's not the general sort of public image of Final Fight. So, like, that's you know, that's good at least. And it's not like Streetwise, you know, birthed a bunch of sequels. It didn't, like, take the series into a different direction that it was not then able to sort of recover from, or however you'd want to put it. So ultimately, I think that the damage done by Streetwise is still kind of limited. I'm almost glad it didn't succeed, because if it had been a huge hit, then we would have been at a real risk of, like, it actually influencing the series and the brand and the characters in a way that would have been potentially far more long-lasting and damaging. I don't think there's any reason to assume that any part of Streetwise was ever considered canon. Like I said before, like, seeing Cody being referred to as Cody Travers is something that I think is like, ooh, I don't know about that. Like, that's some weird revisionism acknowledging Streetwise. Victorious but not unscathed, Guy realizes he's been contaminated by his vile foe. Shall not succumb to this evil inside of me. Unwilling to let the zombie possess him, Guy returns to his native land and now faces the fight of his life. Oh yeah, we once CC'd it, so now we get the staff roll. And we get dancing Zombie Belger. 2D art graphics, Raymond Fung. Okay. Who's the art director? Okay. So I guess he did not... The art was not made in Japan then. Alright, shout out to Lord Johnson John, doing voices. Yeah, so like I had that idea in my mind that there was like Japanese art, but it makes sense, like especially looking at the ending artworks. Wow, we didn't get first place, even though we won CC'd. Well, we had the first place time, at least. So one thing I noticed there, it looked like Guy had tattoos in that ending, didn't it? And it's like, no Japanese designer would put tattoos on a character like Guy. That's like such a... I don't know, of course, in Streetwise, spoiler alert, Guy becomes like a Yakuza boss. Which is like... Okay, sure, that seems... I don't know, it's things like that, I think, feel like they piss on the legacy of Final Fight more so than anything that this game does. Even Zombie Belger. Well, I don't know. He had like, there was like blue and like different colors on his like chest and shoulders. Being zombie, maybe, I guess. It's super hard to tell. I guess that would make sense, but it didn't, I don't know. It looked like they could have been tattoos. Maybe they weren't, I don't know. I guess... Well, I was gonna say, I guess if it was made in Japan, he wouldn't turn into a fucking zombie anyway, but I suppose if they'd commissioned a Japanese artist to draw it, they wouldn't have had control over that, but anyway.
Ready?
Yeah, Streetwise goes a lot of weird places, even... I mean, this game is very faithful and reined in, and, restrained. Compared to Streetwise. I love that scaling effect with like gets all huge. Supers are so fucking weird and dumb. This game is weird and dumb, but it's kind of more weird and dumb than bad.
Final Fight Revenge.
I don't know. Street was even before the current Street Fighter tie-ins, a weird game lore-wise. Well, I mean, you say all the current Street Fighter tie-ins, but it's not like the the Final Fight characters weren't all over Street Fighter before then, because of course they were. And yeah, I mean, I played it when it came out, and I hated it because I felt it was both in a like game design sense, both in terms of the tone, in terms of the writing of the story, the characters. There's like not even really anything in that game. I can't really think of a single thing outside of possibly some very minor kind of Easter egg cameo moments that did feel faithful or accurate. It's not like it was like this game, you know. This game, the weird goofy stuff stands out because all around it you have what is, you know, still looks and feels like a Final Fight. Well, feels, I don't know. It is a Final Fight, recognizably, visibly a Final Fight game. You look at a single screenshot of this game, you can immediately tell who the characters are, and you say, oh, that's Final Fight. But Streetwise doesn't have that, because even the parts that are recognizable, even the very, very small handful of actual Final Fight characters who appear in Streetwise are kind of not recognizable. Like, visibly, maybe, but like, in terms of character and whatever else, like, not really. It's like, I don't know. I'm getting a little sad just thinking of it, but as I said before, I'm looking forward to playing Streetwise, not because I'm looking forward to enjoying playing it,
Fight revenge.
but because I feel like I'll have a lot to say about it. The thing is, though, I'm not sure how much more I have to say about it beyond just repeating what I've already said. But I haven't played it in a long time, so it'll still be kind of interesting. It's definitely sad. I hadn't really thought about it, but like, man, I'm glad we got to play Final Fight Tough and that the game was so good, because that's like a speck of light in the midst of some deep, deep darkness, you know, going to this and then Streetwise, and it's going to be quite the way to end the, you know, the whole thing. Like, Double Dragon had ups and downs, and even though I'm not the biggest fan of it, I think we played Neon. Actually, no, I think we played Double Dragon 4 probably last. So I guess we didn't exactly end on the highest note, but at least Double Dragon 4 wasn't by far the worst and longest Double Dragon. But that's kind of what we're
Final fight revenge.
getting into with Streetwise. Nothing to make Beatdown. Well, Beatdown was made by Kavia. I guess I don't know the specifics of the involvement of Capcom staff on the production side and whatnot, but I think there's a lot of debate probably to be had on enoughness, bona fides as a developer and a creative in general. I don't know. But my point about Inafuna's involvement in Streetwise ending up the way it did isn't to say that he should have made it or he could have made a better game. It's just that, according to interviews with developers, their initial intention was to create something that was a more straight-up kind of classic Final Fight game, and he kind of vetoed that. Which, again, creatively, as much as that feels painful to hear, even if we disregard the level of quality they would likely have been able to achieve, or lack thereof, the idea that from a business perspective, even something that on paper has those features of Streetwise, where it's like a licensed hip-hop soundtrack, it's all dark and gritty, people say fuck every 2 seconds, there's all, you know, it's an open map with fetch quests, respect meters, like all that bullshit. He was probably completely right in that type of game would be more successful in the marketplace at that time. And that's more of an indictment of the marketplace than the anything to do with the game itself, in my opinion. Well, the thing is, based on the more recent of several leaks out of Capcom, you know, report that there is a Final Fight something
Final fight revenge.
in development of some kind. And I'm extremely eager to find out what that's going to be. I think that game, whatever it is, has more potential than Streetwise to be something that could potentially derail. You know, Streetwise, I think, could have derailed Final Fight if it had been really successful. I guess whatever this new Final Fight is, if it's something that I creatively disagree with, I guess I think it has a bigger chance of actually being successful than Streetwise was, which hypothetically could be a bad thing if it then leads to more bad Final Fights, whatever that would be. But even then, you know, I think the Final Fight stuff is somewhat safeguarded by the presence of Final Fight characters in Street Fighter. So I think there's a limit to how far they would want to stray from that. That's speculation, of course. Maybe they would want something that is a complete reboot, that is super separate, that it has like no connection, you know, in the vein of something like Streetwise. Even though I don't think, even if they were to do a 3D, big budget, whatever, Final Fight in 2021, I don't think, just that game is such a mid-2000s game that that's not what a modern version of that would be. But what I'm hoping for personally is that it's not a big budget thing. I really, really hope it's something in the vein of Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection and Mega Man 11, where they have, you know, in those cases, I think both of these games had some like old school. I know the director of G&G is like the same director of the old games. I'm not sure exactly of the staff situation with Mega Man 11, but I vaguely recall hearing there was some like old school Capcom staff working on it. And I mean, Final Fight, pretty much no one who worked on the original Final Fight is at Capcom. But I don't know, maybe there's staff who worked on some of their 90s beat 'em ups still there. And if they, you know, if they put together a team with any kind of veteran, you know, experience to make something that is, yeah, you know, something along the lines of Streets of Rage 4, that would, nothing would have me more excited, quite frankly. I think Streets of Rage 4, you know, I've said many times before, I think it, for me, that game is exciting, not only because I like the game, but because it, you know, the success of Streets of Rage 4, to me, gives me hope that other publishers and consumers alike can see the value of a more arcade-styled beat-em-up and not force all this RPG shit, all this tedium, all this, like, bloat into every beat-em-up that has to be made. And I think you can look at stuff like the new TMNT game, Shredder's Revenge, whatever it's called, which looks to be kind of similar. And I don't know, it's my hope that the trend moving forward is that for new beat-em-ups to be more arcade-like. So that's, like, on the one hand, one sort of current trend, or at least, I don't know, maybe it's more of a prediction on my part, or a speculation, or wishful thinking. But also, when it comes to Capcom and other similar publishers with a lot of old IP, if they are gonna revisit old IP, I think for, like, the whole point of bringing back Final Fight, just as if they would bring back Trojan, or Black Tiger, or, I don't know, Dino Crisis, or whatever it would be. Well, maybe Dino Crisis isn't the best example, but let's say any of the, like, the 80s or 90s, like, arcade games. You shouldn't bring back those things only to stick the name on something completely unrecognizable. It's possible to do that and still end up, you know, be lucky and end up with something that is appealing and that is good. But I think you're just as likely to just, I don't know, alienate the core fans, alienate the few people you would be able to attract using that name in the first place. To me, it makes a lot more sense to, you know, if the line of thinking is, if we're making a big enough game, it has to be this, like, 4-quadrant, like, we gotta make it this wide mass appeal type of game, like, then don't make it a big game. Make it a smaller game where you can afford to take some degree of risk and target a niche audience of people who would want this specific thing. Especially if that's an audience that hasn't been served, which I think is absolutely the case with an arcade beat-em-up. Like, they're even if we are somewhat in the middle of a renaissance of arcade beat-em-ups, more so than in the past 10 to 15 years, it's still not a particularly saturated market. And if you look at Final Fight in particular, you know, the last few Final Fights or Final Fight related things we've gotten have definitely not scratched that arcade beat-em-up itch for anybody. So I think for sure a new sort of 2D beat-em-up Final Fight wouldn't feel like it's just rehashing something we're already tired of, at least not if it's any good. And I think, you know, Mega Man 11 and G&G Resurrection sort of bear that out too, because I think those games were, from all accounts, well received by fans of their respective series, at the very least. And I'm, like, not interested to see a Mega Man or a G&G or a Final Fight that has, like, this super generic third-person open world collect icons on a map gameplay or whatever, you know? I think there's no point in that. If you're gonna make that game, like, make it a new IP or make it at least based on something that more resembles that. as opposed to taking something that has a unique identity, both aesthetically, thematically, tonally, mechanically, and like shove that into some other mold, where all you're left with at the end is the name. To me, that just doesn't make sense. I mean, I'm not a marketing person, I guess, so what do I know? But it's my big hope that whatever the Final Fight thing that is supposedly in the works at Capcom, whatever that turns out to be, I hope it's small. I hope it's not big, because I think that's gonna seal its like fate as disappointing as a follow-up to Final Fight. I think the thing is, you could hypothetically, I'm sure, make a Final Fight RPG or whatever. I'm just like making it up. That has enough of that, you know, captures enough of the spirit of the original to still be a cool thing. But because we have been so woefully underserved on actual Final Fight beat-em-ups, I could see myself receiving a game like that and saying, wow, this is awesome. Fuck, I wish they did a beat-em-up too. Whereas, you know, if we're in the middle of getting a bunch of them, you know, let's say they made a Street Fighter RPG, whatever. Again, I'm just making it up. And it was cool. I wouldn't say, oh man, they should have done a fighting game instead, because they're like, Street Fighter is the one fighting game they routinely make, you know, and 6 is on the way. So like, you can afford to kind of reinvent the wheel or do something totally different. But when you bring back a precious old property and characters in a universe and you turn it into something totally different, that tends to just rub me the wrong way. Like, best case scenario, it's actually really good. Even then, it's like a curiosity in like a spin-off sort of sense that I would still be afraid that it would influence the likelihood of ever getting something that was faithful to that original thing, you know? Yeah, Bionic Commando is interesting. I think Rearmed was fucking excellent. And I think the 3D game was, well, it was not good. It had some really, really excellent parts to it. A few really excellent parts, and a lot of really non-excellent parts. And Rearmed got a sequel, and the 3D game didn't. I didn't like Rearmed 2 at all, but I still, you know, it still seemed right for that to get a sequel as opposed to the 3D game. I don't know. Cody's spending all day at the casino trying to win big so he can buy steak to raise his strength stat. Go to one-shot the raid boss Abigail. Pray gets a rare epic knife. Yeah, I guess harping on RPG stuff, it's like I'm like 20, 30 years behind the times. I guess the thing that I would be scared and put off by seeing is some fucking online co-op PvE raid loot grind craft online live service game shit like that. Oh, I have no idea what that would be, but I can only hope that the highly visible flopping of games like Anthem and Avengers will scare publisher off a little bit from doing that kind of shit, or at least scare them off from infesting fucking everything with it. Anyway, as much as I'm enjoying these rants, I don't think I have another run of Final Fight Revenge in me for now. I gotta go make something to eat, I think. So we'll wrap up there for tonight, but we had a good run. Final Fight Tough, really, really good game, really fun. I really appreciate it. I used to not think too highly of that game. I still think it's got some issues. The music kind of sucks. But it feels really good. It's a really fun game. Final Fight 3 on the Famicom, shockingly competent. And cool for what it was, but not exactly my go-to Final Fight game. Final Fight Revenge is a weird one. I'll think about it. We might spend some more time with this on Thursday, or we might just jump right into Streetwise. I don't actually have a Streetwise set up currently. I expect to be able to have it up and running by Thursday. But if by some chance I do not have it up and running by Thursday, then I guess we're definitely continuing with this. Final Fight Tough is the Japanese title of Final Fight 3. Correct. But the Famicom bootleg was only released as Final Fight 3. Hence the distinction. Let me see who's streaming, so we can send you lovely people along to someone who could use more viewers. Wow, opening a Twitch tab and emulation fucking explodes. Bang! Bang! That's pretty good. That's pretty good. What is happening? Alright, I think we'll join Dino. He's doing arcade something. I think we can all enjoy that. I had the bang bang. Yeah, maybe too many good emotes and shit. All right, well, thank you very much for hanging out. I think we might still have some new people here, so let me just drop some links in chat. If you want to keep tabs on upcoming streams, talk shit about Final Fight, arcade games, or whatever else, follow me on Twitter, join my Discord, check out my website if you would like. I have a bunch of artwork, and technically I have a blog. I haven't written a post in like a year or something, but it's all there. Feel free to check it out. And thank you very much to everyone who followed and everyone who's stuck around from Retro Island Gaming's raid previously. I really appreciate it. Hope you had a good time. I sure did, despite my misgivings in some of these games. Like I said, I'll be back on Thursday with more Final Fight action. Thank you very much for hanging out. Take care, and bye.